Hey there. Hi there, everybody. Happy Saturday. How's it going, Luigi Head? Thanks for 27 months of support. Let me just tweak the audio a little bit more. I think that's probably right. Let me know how the audio balance sounds, music and sound effects versus the voice. How's it going, Z Snake Jake? Already dumped 5 hours into it since buying it on Tuesday. That's pretty cool. We checked this out a long time ago as a community vote winner. Very early on into the dev cycle. This had an early access period like a lot of indie games, and we're actually seeing quite a few of those making it through the other side right around now. So there's been quite a number of cool games that are hitting 1.0. With another one upcoming, going to be Shogun Showdown. That's having a 1.0 release, I think, on the 5th of September, next week. We checked that one out for early access as well. And I'm looking forward to revisiting that. We just had Nova Drift come out in 1.0. That's cool to check out. Others are getting expansion packs like Potato and Against the Storm. So lots of sort of full or polished releases happening in the indie sphere. I'm excited. So, but today we're checking out Peglin, which is one part roguelike, one part Peggle, which is a game about shooting a ball and trying to bounce it off pegs to sort of collect or hit them all. Pretty old, what you might call casual game from the days of yore, but it's really cool to see it sort of revived in a new fashion here. Let's see, I don't believe we have any unlocks, do we? Yeah. So we're starting from a base save file here, and we're just going to see what the base game of Peglin looks like. I'm quite intrigued here. Peglin is a jack of all trades with access to almost all orbs and relics. Flexibility and adaptability are the keys to Peglin's victory. Starting relic Peglin Tuition. By the way, there's so many puns in this game that it puts my normal content to shame, and many of them are forced in a particularly painful way. It's great. You get an additional option to choose from in battle rewards and chests. Okay, so that's the flexibility. It's like having a question card. How's it going? Time to Explode. Welcome, welcome. Have I played the original Peggle? Yes. Yes, I have. Would you like a boost? Post-battle upgrading now includes the option to increase max health by 4. Gain 1 Balusion for every gold collected. X% chance to avoid an incoming attack. Fascinating. Or Unicorn Horn. Oh, our aimer is longer. Displays an additional bounce. Okay, so this is the effect of Charlie the Unicorn in regular Peggle. You're started out with the extended aimer in the Peggle games as sort of a little tutorial. So it's actually extremely appropriate to have this on the first run, in my opinion. It'll give us a better idea of how the ball bounces in general. Perfect. The tutorial item, sure. Perfect. Or wait, was he called Charlie? Hold on. I think my brain is crossing references here. I'm not sure the one in Peggle is called Charlie. Excuse me. Bjorn. That's right. Bjorn the Unicorn is in Peggle. Thank you. Yeah, Charlie the Unicorn is something else. Although that's from approximately the same year, actually, so feels fitting. But yeah, that gives you an idea of how old Peglin is, too. So, we get into a combat here. We've got two little enemies here. They have 200 health. We start with essentially a deck of orbs that we cycle through as ammunition. Headball does 2 damage per peg that it hits, or if we hit a crit peg, does 4 damage. And there's also the Dag Orb, which has 1 regular damage, but 7 crit damage. Crit being indicated by these exclamation point orbs here. The R green orbs will reset the board. Basically, the idea here is that we're fighting the enemies by throwing our orbs at them. And the damage the orb does is going to be proportional to how many pegs we can bounce the ball off of on the way here in this sort of minefield. There's also bombs, which can be used to deal damage to multiple enemies. As an additional complicating factor, we have orbs that have money in them. And we're going to need to collect that money as we go through our run so that we can buy more stuff, even combat rewards. All right, so with all that said, the goal is to hit a lot of pegs and collect money. So let's start with a bouncy bounce. See what we can do. All right, so that did 34, which is not very much compared to the large health value these things seem to have. Let's see, we do get a skip, right? Yeah, we can trash one time. There's a tooltip for the Dag Orb. Okay, so we're going to hit the crit with this thing. Ideally go back over to the money. So we throw a bomb. Bombs do 50 to everybody. And then do a crit for 91. There we go. We'll get him. We'll get him. Do I have the Windows option enabled to nudge the mouse cursor by 1 pixel using the number pad? No, but it looks like I can nudge 1 pixel using the mouse wheel very easily here. So I have an easy way to micro adjust if I need to. Good question, though. Kind of fun to see the trajectory alter as I tweak it. Okay, so we only need to do 25 to kill this fool. Exploding this bomb would be good, because then I think we target the next one in line. I don't know how this will work. Is this the true trajectory that the ball will follow? Yeah, cool. Oh, it left a body, though. Interesting. Once we cycle through all the orbs, we have to reload. When you reload, the enemies take another turn. It's a fun little consequence. Still trying to collect a lot of money here, but we do have a threat in our face we might want to consider here. That's not good. Yeah, this is what I was talking about. The actual ball bouncing bit of this is rather important and kind of hard to do. Looks like we could do with a refresh here. Hitting this R again will refresh all the pegs so we can hit more of them, or maybe not. Okay, we get smacked for 2. Good little tutorial enemy. Let's see if we can halt the damage taking by critting this thing. Okay, that looks pretty good. 100 plus. Good job, Dag Orb. We made pretty good money. We have 52. That's lots. I got 25 research points. What? I got what? So yeah, exactly, Paradox. Our attack does more damage the more pegs we hit. So we can choose a reward after combat. You have to pay 25 gold to get an orb. You can also upgrade an orb, also costing gold. or get a post-battle heal. Again, everything is based on gold. So gold, very, very important resource in this game. Each crit triggered causes this orb to pierce an additional enemy. Up to a max of 1? I guess it just, if it crits it, you get 2 of them. Increase exacerbate. Increase hit enemies' debuffs by 1. Grants 2 bulwark. Really? Bulwark? Bulwark is armor that protects health. Damage taken will reduce bulwark before reducing your health. Okay, so just 2 armor. Applies rubber slime. Slime pegs are bouncy and durable. Durable pegs can be activated 3 times in one shot before they break. Fascinating. None of these have better damage. Maybe we just go for an upgrade. These don't seem like direct combat upgrades at the moment. I guess bulwark could be a little helpful. Maybe we'll take a cleave orb. So then we have a way to hit 2 enemies. Let's try the cleave orb, actually. And I can also... Okay, it costs more to get another orb. Or we can pay for the upgrade here. What's the upgrade on this? Okay, more crit damage and can pierce an additional time if it hits 2 crits. Or just more crit damage. Or becomes +1/+2. Let's upgrade the cleave orb. Sounds fun. And yes, we can look at the map. So here's our map overall. Looks like there's a relic over here. We should go in that direction. Lots of question marks. There's an extra one over here, too. Curious. I could even go treasure, treasure, treasure into an elite. That's very cute. So the particularly fun bit here is that in order to navigate on the map in Peglin, you have to shoot the ball into one of the pits that corresponds with the navigation. If you bounce off a peg and it goes down the other direction, well, guess what? Your path on the map just changed. So there's actually like a little bit of skill involved, or maybe even luck sometimes, in where you get to go. In addition to that, you can see there's money in the pegs on the navigation, so there's lots of opportunity to min-max a bit here. And we can easily go where we want and get at least $1. So let's do that. Give me $1. Thank you. What's the fire path? You take damage, and you have to do it again. Although, if you want to min-max money, actually, intentionally hitting the money pegs into the self-damage might be correct. But yeah, I think it's 2 damage to you by default. Oh, board will contain additional crits. Or attacks apply Spinfection. Each turn, enemies with Spinfection lose 10 times the Spinfection value health. So 10 damage per stack. We've got the bonus crit orb. Give me the special button. No money on the navigation thing here, I see. I'm gonna go over to this chest. Okay, here, for example... Wait, what is this? Is this like a bonus stage? Get a dag orb. A ball lightning zaps an additional nearby peg every bounce. Can target any enemy on a crit, attack all enemies in the targeted column. Or a best orb fence. Deals more damage for every bulwark you have. I see. There's no reasonable way to predict where this is going to go, huh? Sure, I'll take a ball lightning. Oh no. Well, this could be this could be a dark time. Please. No. Yeah, so as I mentioned, the navigation can be pretty trolly. You reach a clearing with a strange amount of crows circling above. You don't think much of it until they start to drop pebballs on you. Catch the pebballs or run. I don't want garbage in my deck. So run! You sprint through the clearing as the stones rain down on you. You take a few knocks, but at least you don't have to lug around any extra pebballs. Indeed. Alright, I guess getting into a basic fight is a good idea. Let's do that. And then maybe swoop over to the elite, but we need some better combat ability before an elite seems reasonable. Alright, quite a few foes here with decent amounts of health. Cleave Orb is ready. So I think starting with a Cleave Orb makes complete sense. We can see that there are 4 more enemies coming up, so we actually have 8 enemies we have to deal with. AoE is pretty decent in this game, because the multi-enemy fights can have lots of foes. If you're limited to only killing 1 per attack, it's a tough time. Especially if you then fail to actually kill them. I only got 1 crit, but... yeah. What? It said it was going to get over to the money thing. Hey. It's all good, though. We just want to make some money now before we leave, I think. So much money in here I could get. Must have it. You found a ball lightning. You can pop additional pegs with chain lightning. You can choose who to target with them. One of the best ways to deal with pesky ranged enemies, apparently. And a dad joke for the crowd, courtesy of Alex Helmar. Did you hear about the Peglin that got really angry? He went ballistic. Zippy zapped. Oh, they're getting closer. Ominous. Alright, now is an acceptable time. Yes, good work. Both dead, I believe. Excellent. We got plenty of money, so we can add another orb if we want, or upgrade another orb. Ballad. Grants Spiness after attacking, granting our orbs bonus crit damage. Interesting. Bucklorb. Alleviation. Applies damage reduction slime to every 16 pegs hit. So there are certain ones that allow us to modify the pegs on the board. That's interesting. Bully Ball. Gets stronger as we take self-damage. Bizarre. Let's pay for an upgrade. Let's see. It's 3-9. Take a third possible Piers. Upgraded ball lightning zaps additional pegs. So this is good for getting a lot of pegs cleared. Might be a good way to make money, actually. Doesn't improve the damage at all, but it'll do more damage because it's gonna hit more pegs, basically. Let's do that. Oh, I see, and we get one more chance to get the money on the board here, huh? Surely the elite will be fine. Oh, is there a show all orb levels checkbox? Let's see. Not here, I guess. So, lots of upcoming. We should save these bombs until a few things are already on the board. Cool. I like that it's huge. That's great. All right, now would be a good time to throw a bomb. How do I actually do that on purpose, though? Great question. Let us dumpster that so that we can use the ball lightning. You can see the order of the orbs there again. Cool. And I can discard again? Yes. That's cute. Looks like we should probably hit a reset pick here. Clean. Money. Oh, we leave him alive at 1, so we get one more shot. Which can, at minimum, make $2. $3. Good times. Alright, we got 57 bucks here. Attacks all enemies, dealing X% of the previous attack's damage is bonus damage. Note that it has 0 base damage itself. Inferno Orb is lighter than other orbs. Detonates bombs in 1 hit. Destroys shields in 1 hit, but deals self-damage when we fire it. Rub Orb is bouncy. Collateral ball damage. Convert every 9th peg hit to a red bomb. Red bombs do more damage than regular bombs, but do self-damage to us when they activate. So that's kind of spooky. Rub Orb OP, they say. Bouncy, that's all we need to know. It's got 4 damage on crit. Wait, what's the upgrade? Extra bouncy. Super bouncy. I mean, yeah. I'm on board too. Let's see if we can super bounce our way to victory against an elite here. Not if I don't get to fight them. Dang it. The greed. Never mind. I'll do no such thing. I'll go for the double treasure chest, maybe. Assuming I can figure my way out over there. Cause orbs to split in 2 when hitting a peg. Ooze Company. Apply double damage slime. An ice circle. On crit, pierce all enemies. Oh, that's pretty sweet. I want to pierce all enemies. Kill them all, I say. Nope. We get Ooze Company. Apply double damage slime. I think I'll skip that. Apparently I have no idea how to go left or right on this thing. Seems like the ambitious bounce is not the right way. Failure. I don't know how to choose where I'm going at all. Maybe I should just aim at the other side. Whenever you lose health, deal 7 times that amount to all enemies. Or Prime Slime. Every 17th peg hit has a random slime added. Give me slime time. Sounds fun. Alright, what's our map looking like from here? I could still at least fight one elite if I can successfully navigate, which I should be able to, as long as I'm not greedy about it. Let's fight some nerds. Yeah, apparently whatever I think is the right thing to do, I should just do the opposite of that. And then we won't be in this situation. This is quite a lot of enemies. I see there's tons of bombs, though. One can just use the bombs. I like how each board is quite different for each combat. There's the slime. Can I see what that has on it? Oops. Oh, I see. That's how you discard things. I see. I appear to have killed them all. Rest in pieces. Another rub orb. Orbalisk. +1/+2 for each Pebble in your deck. Bold Orb. It's big. Cute. Obviously, we need the super bouncy rub orb. Okay. So yes, we have a straight shot at the elite as long as I don't try to get funky with the money here. Let's just go. There's no tooltip on what each slime does, but each color has a different effect. Good to know. Ah, the Minotaur. I've watched a few streams of Peglin, so I'm familiar with some of the enemy design, and this fellow is definitely one threatening gentleman. Walks up to us slowly and then hits us with a giant axe for a lot of damage. It's a good time for him. Alright, if we can get a crit, that'd be great. Looks like we should be able to. Yeah. $300, pretty good. Can we bounce? Yes, we can bounce off the reset onto a crit. So let's discard the Pebble. Use the Cleave Orb to do this. Oh, right. It's not going to get up there, actually. I didn't think about that. But it does hit a crit, so good job. Hello. Extra bouncy. Hit pegs take a little while to go away. Well, that's plenty of damage. Okay, this is kind of great, right? Keep going. And it makes a good sound, even better. Best foot forward. First peg hit, each shot gets plus 10. Can target any enemy. Splatorb. Rubber slime. Extraordinary. Weak crit damage that cannot be modified. Does more damage if you don't crit. Interesting. Most interesting. We get a relic. Spinception. And if enemy spinfection will increase each turn instead of decreasing. Ooh, okay, that would have been really good with the other thing we had. Bombs deal more damage. Projectile attacks have overflow. Excess damage carries over to the next enemy. Give me that. Yes, please. All right, now it literally doesn't matter where I go, so we just wanted to make shots that make money here. What did I say? What did I call this thing? Overwhammer, I think is what I called it. Ambidextionary. Enhanced gunpowder. Decoy orb. Enemies don't get their extra turns for your first reload. Oh, that's kind of cool. Let's confirm. Setting it way over there doesn't guarantee where it goes at all. No, it does not. Cool. I'm completely happy with this one. So then I can reliably go the other way if I aim like this. That's what you're telling me. No. Okay. Interesting. Does seem kind of random. But there's no randomness involved? Like, if you make the same shot every time, it should go the same way every time, right? It's not how physics work, I don't think. Give me the extra bouncy. So beautiful. Just hits everything. And you're telling me we have overflow damage on this? Seems good. And it's over. GG, nerds. Deals no damage. I think I'm good for the moment. Just keep some money. There are shops in this game, I believe. Pretty sure. So this will be our first boss of the run. In Spire-esque fashion, we have 3 bosses per run. Oh, Rub Orb is up first? Well, let's go to town. You'd love to see it. The bombs just are so good with this thing. The boss gonna die in one hit to my rub orb? Oh, not quite. Boing. Boss only had about 1,000 health. That did 800. Seems good. What on earth? Are these connected pegs? This is a bounce board? What is it? Or is this an attack? This might be an attack. Fascinating. Oh yeah, that stops the shot. Nasty. Oops. It's kind of oof. Looks like we also take damage for hitting the bramble. So how do I make a shot that doesn't hit the bramble? That's a good question. Seems very hard. Go for the straight up bounce. Oh, I see. If I clear the end pegs, then they're cleared. Ah. The goal is to hit the pegs that are holding the vines to clear them. Ah. Oh, and that frees the trap balls, too. Cool. GG. Betsy the Leshy is what we just defeated. Another Cleave Orb. Signal Boost Orb. It's double bonuses from certain status effects. Interesting. Upgrade the Dag Orb. Do I want any of these orbs? I'm not sure. I like our small orb set for now. All attacks get +2/+2, but we don't have an orb discard. Electropegnet. Bombs become weak magnets. Resets and crits become strong magnets. For the first few seconds of each shot. Sapper Sack. All bombs are replaced with red bombs and deal double damage to enemies, but also deals damage to us, don't forget. Summon a round squirrel onto the pegboard whenever 30 pegs are hit. What? I was thinking the sealed conviction sounds good, but what is this? What do you mean a round squirrel? Give me that. The forest is complete. On to the next biome. Speedy G606, thanks for the 16 months. I like the different style of map gen with different acts. That's a cool little detail. I like the jams in here. I'm not sure I want the ball lightning at the moment. Got a soldier in our face. Do I plan on playing Path of Exile 2 on stream? I don't plan on doing that, no. That was... Wait. Not quite what I wanted, though. Those do 10 damage. But he has been removed? It is unclear why this happened. Heck. Let's try that again. Great. Why are they teleporting? Unacceptable. Oh, that's the friend. I see. That's my squirrel. Every time we hit 100 peg, or every time we hit 30 pegs, we get an additional ball. Ah, I see. Please become a superpowered crit. Do I have a favorite run in Spire? Probably the Blasphemy Vault incident. The run that ended that way. One of my favorite experiences of all time in Slay the Spire. Didn't quite work as intended. Bad. We're gonna get smacked again, though. Unless the Rub Orb can save us. Rub Orb, save me. Gotta get to 100. Come on. No! Cool. We're victorious. We can always heal if we really need to. Morbid Orb. Allows orbs to activate empty pegs. How about another Rub Orb? Okay, we would like to get this treasure. Note that all paths are not created equal in Peglin here. For example, the left and right here. The middle path is shorter than the side path, right? Skull, skull, question mark, or just single skull, question mark. Likewise, treasure into the elite or question mark combat into the elite. You do get an extra node going on these very far side paths. Although I think I'd still prefer the treasure. So let's go this way. Oh, that healed me. Nice. That's what the green slime does. Glass half ball. Projectile attacks will pierce through enemies with the transparency effect. We don't need that. We already have piercing. Would love an ice circle, though. This one feels even more random with the moving pegs. We got there, though. Alright, so soldiers with shields, and I'm shooting from inside the circle, and the inner circle is all resets. How fascinating. Looks very fun with the extra bouncy. Terrifying, actually. I don't know what these shield things seem to represent. I guess let's find out. Oh, the resets move. Curious. Most curious. Shielded pegs are stronger and are tied to the enemy shields. Okay, that's what I was hoping, is that by breaking them, the enemy shield would break. How fun. Get chonked. Pierce is definitely helping put in work. That's for sure. Lightning can zap guys behind their shields. That's kind of cool. Healing. Or whatever. You can see that those random slimes really add up from the slime thing. It's, we hit a lot more pegs than I realized. In general. Kablam. More rub orbs. Dear. All right, we got the chest. All Robo Run. Yeah, definitely. Be as many as I can have. Bouncy Ball Run. Navigation-flation. Every dollar collected during navigation is worth $4. Resets move after every shot. To avoid getting stuck, unable to hit a reset. Guess I'll take navigation inflation. Seems fine. Oh, wait. Some of these navigations, I'm just remembering this. Some of these navigations have hidden things. Like if you, I think on the one we were just on, if you detonate all the bombs, something happens. That wall has a hand. There's a lot of money we just gained. Okay, we're gonna need this to be a crit. Missed. Didn't miss. Okay, might be a good idea. And here's why you might want those resets to move every peg, by the way. Every shot. It'd be hard to hit. Although now we should be able to get one. The Demon Wall. Yeah, none of our piercing power working here, by the way. We have definitely got a tough fight ahead of us. Heck. No. That's all that one had to do. At least I hope. This is concerning. If the wall reaches us, I'm pretty sure we have a bad time. And the preview actually is not accurate either. I can't rely on the tracking thing because the pegs are all moving. Well, heck. Okay, that was at least a good shot. Alright, might be saved. Woo! Thank goodness for that. Reorb Fisher. Upgrades each peg a hit to make them deal more damage, but deals no damage itself. This could be a good way to have a way to scale. Orbrasion. Grants us Must Circle, which is only non-crit damage. Now let's take this. I could pay for another upgrade. I think we're okay for now, though. I want to keep efficiently using our money. Apply Healing Slime to every 35th peg hit. Bombs can be refreshed. Recombobulator. Or targeted attacks also hit nearby enemies. Refreshable Bomb sounds pretty good. I would like that. You find another Peglin intensely surveying the area. Hello, I'm Haglin. Have we met before? I'm afraid I can't quite set up shop here, but in the meantime, I can offer you a free sample. Wait, you can remove an orb? Do that. Ooh, new inventory. How many orbs has Haglin collected? That's the question. So we want the fight here because the fight goes to a treasure anyway. But wait, there's apparently something that happens if I do this navigation correctly. What's the secret goal on this navigation, Twitch chat? If there is one. What word is must circle even supposed to be? Yeah, muscle plus circle. Ignite all 3 bombs. That's what I was thinking it was. How would I even do that, though? Find out. Did not do that. That's all right. Skip the fight, take the treasure. Round guard. We're immune to attack damage while reloading. Bombs deal more damage. We just have the recombobulators, so let's add more damage on the bombs. Okay, and once again, hit all 5 bombs to get something bonus here. Although I would like to go for the elite here. Very hard to do without certain relics. I see. So that adds value to those relics then, perhaps. That might not be immediately obvious. Ball lightning, good way to make money here. Hey, my face. You can't do that. The squirrel. Yeah, Overwhammer is amazing. Get whammed on, friend. Maximum bounce. We do need to hit a reset button. GG. Swoltorb. Upgrades Peg's hit, but doesn't directly deal no damage, but it's less of an upgrade. I'll take a Swoltorb too. Critzobalos. Yeah, some of these are really quite stretches. Trigger a crit every 6 pegs hit. So it converts things into crits. I want the Swoltorb. +5. +3. We're doing fine on health. We are. Attack gain +1/+1. That's quite good. Every 30th peg hit is converted into a bomb, which can then be refreshed. Wait, no, that seems amazing, right? More bombs. Please and thank you. I get more money for hitting money things, so let's grab the last little bit of money here. Yeah, we take 2 damage. We can do that again. That's actually good, because now I get more money. Easy. Easy peasy. Refilibuster. When the board is refreshed, deal damage to all enemies equal to the number of pegs restored. Or heal 1 for every peg hit while successfully navigating after battle, and take no damage from misnavigating. Oh, I see. That's kind of cool. Like that Refilibuster. Let's take more damage. Difficult to do, they say. Show you difficult. Oh, that is hard. All right. We have a flying witch lady with 4,500 health. And there are 2 paintings on the wall. Interesting. Not clear to me how Pierce is going to work with these enemies. I don't think they're going to get pierced in the way that you would want. Let's see, though. Yeah, I was afraid of that. I've been penalized. Sounds like we should rely on the bombs to kill the portraits then. Looks like we get more spinfaction as we kill them. She's creating more. Yeah, so we don't necessarily want to kill too many then, but with refreshing bombs, I don't think we're going to have a lot of control over it either. Doing no damage on my turn is even worse, usually. So all these pegs have bonus damage now. What are they doing? Deeply unclear. Yeah, the squirrel ball doesn't upgrade the pegs. It only contributes to the base ball, so it's not very useful with those, unfortunately. Guess that's okay, though. Is ball lightning even good here? Seems like it might not be. We're having a bad time. Yes, hit all the super pegs. Do it. Refresh them and hit them again. Hundreds of damage. Okay, if we can get more hits like this, we might have a chance. Keep going. Interesting. Can't assure myself a crit here. Doesn't seem like it. Just discard it then. That's more like it. 12 poison, though. So we're gonna die pretty quick like this. We're gonna need some really good, Okay, we got double rub orb. Maybe we have a chance here. Ow. Yeah, I only get a few more shots, though. We're in trouble. We're definitely in trouble. Fresh pegs are all awkwardly placed again, too. Concerning. Oh well. No! Terrible. Alright, I think we're dead. Perishing here. Unless the greatest shot ever occurs. which it definitely didn't. GG. Poisoned to death by the boss. So the secret on this one, I guess, is don't kill the portraits. And our build was exactly the opposite of being good at that. GG. We perished to our Act 2 boss. That was a good attempt, though. Very good first attempt. Defeat. Let's try again. More crit damage. Resets move after a reshot, or heal 6 when reloading. Healing is kind of nice. I think Tactical Treat could have helped a bit last run. I'm going to take the healing, though. Meat on the bone. Love to see it. Maybe if we can have better Act 1 navigation, we can have a better time. Note that we're not going to get as much of a shot preview here. We don't see where we bounce to anymore, as that was a relic we had last run. So we're back to truly being at the most basic level of effectiveness here. Imperatus Games, did you hear about the Peglin who became a pirate? Now he's got a peg leg. No refunds. Hey. Can't just not activate the bomb. It's exceedingly rude. Oh no. Took damage and healed in that moment. There we go. Money. Did make it to 50. That's good. We can get an orb and upgrade an orb. Restore. Heal 4 when fired. Only usable once per fight. Laze Orb. Fires with huge force. Pierces through everything and only hits resets, crits, and bombs. Interesting. Another Dag Orb. Or Omega Orb. Huge base damage, but downgrades pegs that it hits. And causes excess damage to carry over the next enemy. That seems like a good early ball, but bad in maybe boss fights. I'm going to take it, though. What is the upgrade on this? Even more damage, but even more downgrade. But the level 3 doesn't have even further downgrade. Just, yeah. Take that. Just fire the laser orb sideways and it goes forever. I like that. Is it bad if I go this way? Yes. So, heck the money. There's always a couple of refresh pegs on the board, I believe. Pierce through any number, right? I guess we don't get to know. Good. We'd like to bomb now, thank you. Should clean up pretty good. Yeah. Excellent. I think an early ball lightning is kind of worthwhile. I want the super Omega Orb, though, for now. Gonna go to that elite fight. Get him. One has what, 110? That's nothing. Can I hit the reset peg? That's actually harder to do than one might imagine. That was close. Good enough. I hope so. Not quite. Definitely trickier without the shot guidance. Two more. There you go. Good fight. Deceptiball. Every 2 crits triggered applies Exploitable, causing enemies to take extra damage from crits. How fascinating. We could use the Swoltorb to counteract our Omega Orb. That's kind of cute. Let's try that. We might not actually be strong enough to fight this elite, by the way. But I'm hoping the Omega Orb will be sufficient. Oh dear. It's a pile of goop hanging in the air. And I can't aim for crap. Maybe we want to skip the Omega Orb the first time. Keep spawning slimes, taking 30 damage per slime it spawns. Alright, we should start using bombs now. It's fine. Oh yeah, I've been meaning to change my target here. Definitely something I meant to do. Alright, yeah, the Omega Orb will pierce them all and kill them all. Okay, good. Thought we were stuck for a second there. But it has figured out what's going on. Heck. Gonna have to do this every turn. Hey there, JJack TV. Gonna be all Peglin today? No, we're gonna be playing some Ace Attorney Chronicles later on. Voice acted nonsense by yours truly. Yes, I agree, Dark Brick. It distinctly has the feeling of an emergency... yikes. What's happening here? Oh, I didn't even mean to fire there. Trying to examine stuff. Rainbow slime. But yeah, it feels like there's an emergency soft lock mechanic that gets activated each time. I agree. Why is it so hard to get things to hit the middle? What's with this guy going backwards? Oh, come on. He's warning the others. Oh, I see. Yeah, the middle cluster resembles the slimes. It's even kind of got the eyes. Well, they got away. For them. Blah. That's what the healing's for. Sure, it's fine. Alright, it's gooped its last glorp. GG. Rub Orb is back. Potion Bolt. Created multi-balls are random slime applying orbs. Deals no damage. Weird. But yeah, let's grab another rub orb. Those were fun. Collected coins contribute to damage. Bombs apply blind. When applying bramble to an enemy, apply blind 2. When applying blind to an unbrambled enemy, apply bramble 1. Sounds like this does nothing if we don't have bramble or blind already. So I'll take the pendant for the immediate assistance here, and I would like to go to the combat. Don't worry about the money. Can we start with 3 pebbles right in a row here? It would be best if we can just throw some bombs right away. Good. Perfect. Time to bounce. Beautiful. And then they all died. We'll grab another rub orb. We do like the rub orb. Okay, the first elite went well. How about another one? Oh, you look familiar. Very well, a rematch then. Main goal there was to hit some of these bombs to prep them for later, since we know we're going to need them. Definitely know we're going to need them. Rather they not get hit too early. Thank you. Omega Orb works well here too, actually. Seems like that's where the problems begin, is with the Omega Orb. Yeah, that's where the delay starts. Interesting. Oops. I meant to target that big thing. Wait, does fast forwarding help with the bug? Unclear, but yeah, we'll do this in fast forward mode for sure. Might as well. Maybe a little bit. Just a bit. Oh, heck, oh, come on. Scammed. Need your bomb power, though. Thank you. Double bomb. Perfect. Here we go. Okay, if I can get this to do 160, then we can kill it. Question is how to shoot to get 160 damage. I'm not sure. Not like that. Dang. Unless it... We're gonna... We get one more shot, maybe? One more shot, maybe. No, it's gone. Dang. Attacks apply exploitable, causing them to take extra damage from crits. Spiffy crits. Attacks get an increasing damage multiplier based on the number of empty pegs or remove pegs. Or prevent the first time we would lose health each battle. I like the Spiffy crit, actually. Play on Spiffy Brit. Cute. It's all bats, huh? And the pegs are in the shape of a bat. I like that. Mega Orb doesn't seem very good. Neither did the crit orb. It doesn't crit. Alright, it's bomb time. I feel like Swoltorb is the name of a Pokemon. Not an orb. Like a fighting type Voltorb. The Swoltorb. Which I guess is just Geodude, right? Hey, we're actually getting some good money. Interest payment. Becomes stronger the more money you have. Massive damage on crit. Double trouble. Deals additional battle damage for each peg hit this battle. Can only be used once per battle. Interesting. That's a good, like, back pocket nuke for a boss fight. Kind of like that idea. And then we would like to go to the left. The money makes it more important. That's fine. Now we just need to go to here. What's in the box? Whenever a crit is triggered, deal your orb's damage value times the number of crits damage to all enemies. Or attacks apply 2 transferency to enemies, causing projectile attacks to pierce through them. That's cute. Clear the way. Let's take clear the way, giving us some level of auto pierce. Fireballs. Not familiar with what fireballs do. Don't think I want 2 unupgraded orbs at the moment. Those are the ones that do self-damage, I see. Go through the flames. Ballusion. Or House of Slime. The walls and bottom bouncer are extra bouncy. I'm in. Take a moment to rest. 15 health, and something happens. A few moments of the solace with the sun beaming on your face leave you feeling quite refreshed. Nothing else seemingly happened. Splat Orb. Jack Orb Lantern. Will return to the top of the pegboard 1 time. Sure. Any opinion change since my first visit? Yeah, the game is a lot more interesting because it feels like the player has a lot more agency. The first time I played this, you weren't even guaranteed an orb reward from your combats. So it really felt like the things that you could do were sufficiently divorced from the things that made you win that it wasn't fun at all. But now it actually feels like I'm making choices that actually affect my run, which is quite nice. Until level 3, it could only be used once per battle. Oh. Yeah, we got Memorb first. Discard that. Then the Jack-o'-lantern. So we have a mole boss with 600 health, and there's a tree with 900 health. Interesting. That's a pretty good showing from the Jack-o'-lantern. Oh, we can apply transparency to the tree, too. That's good. Good news. It's time to get smacked by a mole. Time for Omega Orb. Dang it. Okay, so now they're fully transparent, so we do full piercing. It's cute. Just trying to get money. Although the greater shot is beyond my purview. Rest in pieces. Reorbanizer. More damage for each pig hit this battle. Every shot has one multi-ball, but attacks all get -2, -2. I think that would make most of our orbs do nothing. Every orb will fire a copy of itself in the opposite of the aim direction, but we can only aim in 4 directions? Terrifying. Orbs get big bonus while we have any negative status effect. But I start confused, meaning the ability to aim is taken away from us again. Every third peg hit provides explosive force. You got it. I'm in. Bouncy balls with explosive force? It sounds silly. And the walls are extra bouncy, don't forget. Why are there 2 different damage numbers? Yeah, the normal damage and crit damage is what's being displayed here. 2 normal damage, 4 if you hit a crit peg. That's the idea. Fight. Feel kind of bad for them. Hard for brick slime box unlocked. Interesting. I don't know what that means. Get these super bouncy. I'll go for a double upgrade this floor. And I would like the treasure. It actually does not matter, really. Now we get a treasure and an elite either way. So I'd like some more money here. Treasure it is. On the right, I also get a shop. Wait, what? Oh, is that the shop icon? That makes more sense. There's a shop over here, though. Orbs do +5 pegs of damage. Spinfection goes up instead of down. Currently, I have no way to apply Spinfection, but this is tempting to take. Just in case. Damage on the shield. Yeah, we can break their shield pegs, though. Explosive force is not necessarily gonna actually let us hit more pegs. A bit weird. A bit awkward sometimes. I'll give him the Omega Orb. That'll teach him. Jack-o'-lantern falls through multiple times. That's going to allow it to hit more pegs, hopefully. Not that it's going to do a lot of damage, mind you. It's just sad. Alright, so this does plus 41 damage. Is that total damage? Or per hit? So we'll find out. It just starts at 40. Okay. That's mildly annoying. It's a freaking missile. It's amazing. Good times. We certainly have ultimate bouncing. Maybe another Swoltorb is a good idea. And then we have a specific way we want to go. Yes, we need to go left here. Only works until we refresh for each orb. I see. Do you consider yourself a gambler? Flip a chip, -2 health, or a relic, or invest with gambling? What do you mean invest with gambling? Got some great opportunities right now. Yeah, you can have all my money. Thanks, friend. You won't regret it, probably. I owe you an extremely legitimate investment certificate. Probably. Like it. What does it mean? Unclear. So I see until this hits a refresh, it has super bounce. Seems strong. If only any of this was piercing. Give him the Omega Orb. Good luck, nerds. Life stuff. This is plus 93 damage. I'm in. Be fun. The mishmash of positive and negative modifiers on all these pegs. Quite something. And one more time. $220. How's it going, Brady Bunch fan? Always happy to hear people are enjoying the content. Reload. Guess that was net zero. It's all good. Goodbye. A level 2 pebble. Interesting. Does cost more. So this is, yes, reusable now. Do the Swoltorb first. Prevent the first time you would take lethal damage. The Sash of Focus. Healing Slime or bombs can be refreshed. Give me the Healing Slime. It seems like it could be pretty powerful. Boing. Currently planning on making a major monster train revisit robot Daniil, but it's not completely outside the realm of possibility. Alright, a bunch of upgraded pegs. There we go. Second Swoltorb. Might as well. Explosive Force. There we go. Got the reset too. Very good. It's not quite what I thought that would do. Ow. This guy's hurt. Applies lightning slime. Curious. Very curious. Oh, the healing too. Cute. Very cute. You catch a glimpse of an ethereal Peglin. It appears to be some kind of echo of its former self. Or of yourself? Upgrade our Memorb. The echo imbues you with its remaining power before fading away. I guess that was us from last run, perhaps. This is approximately where we died. Early Jack Orb Lantern, huh? I'm down. This could get us a lot of money, potentially. Or their shields, perhaps? Good. Bouncy. Oops. It's definitely hard to predict where my shots are going to go, that's for sure. Alright, let's just kill you. Whoops. That's not what I meant to do. I was trying to target. Target. Oh, shift and tab is the easier way. Pierce. Alright, got one. It's not quite it. Good enough, though. Got lots of money, too. Ether wheel. Refresh the board when this orb leaves the pegboard. Curious. Be nice if we could remove a... We have a shop coming up, right? Yeah, hopefully. Cool. Please tell you this is a roguelite Peggle. Guess what? It is. This is a roguelite Peggle. And it's a surprisingly fun time. Definitely liking this more than I liked it when it first released. 15 more max health, or start each battle with +1 non-crit damage. I'll take the apple. And then this navigation does matter. Okay, we're going to the shop. Oh, and that's quite a fight. These are... It's not clear what these are, actually. Took double damage, though. Too bouncy. Definitely too bouncy. Ow. Oh, and they're getting healed. How horrible. Oh, I have to target these? Interesting. Sweet. Toil and Trouble. Apply Spinfection 1. Can target any enemy. We know that Spinfection goes up, not down. It could be worth adding maybe one of these. Sure. So 30 bucks to remove an orb. We can buy various relics. Bad cheese. Deals damage when reloading. Heal when the board is refreshed looks quite good. Post-battle healing is increased. Pebbles are better. Let's remove a pebble. Only do that one time. Alright, I guess that's all I can do. So noted, you want least 80 gold in a shop for good results. Noted. You find gambling. Ah, my friend, it's good to see you again. I was able to get quite the return on your investment. Gain 111 gold. That would have been good about a floor ago, though. Now I have not that much health for the boss, actually. Maybe this is not good. But we are familiar with this boss, at least. And if we don't hit the portraits early, maybe we have a better chance, but I suspect we're going to die in the same way that we did before. Let's find out, I suppose. Some kind of promising. Call that a good first shot, hey? $1,616 damage. Okay, the Mem Orb does plus 101 damage, based on what we've already done. But I think we want to get the Swoltorbs going ASAP here. Yes, buff it all. Sweet. Swoltacular. Okay, and then the Omega Orb does tons of damage. It'll weaken the pegs, but it shouldn't matter because the boss's health is so low at this point. More important that we do the damage. Yeah, GG. GG, we're offered a level 2 Rub Orb. Lots of money. Sure. All orbs get morbid, allowing us to activate empty pegs. Defresh potion, but we have less refresh pegs. Honestly, that sounds actually insane because of the kinetic meteorite. Wand of Skultimate Wrath. Attacks deal double damage, but we deal self-damage for every 30 pegs activated? No way. Squirrels are back, or all orbs get more crits, but the boards contain less refreshes. No, I want the defresh potion. This is surely going to be busted. They'll still pass through the empty pegs. Wait, what? More important questions. Can't tell if that's better or worse. We'll find out. Either way, it's going to be good, for sure. Yes, because the muscle orbs just do this. Plus 24, anyone? Yeah, that's gonna be kind of nuts. Use the Omega Orb. Not quite. But yeah, as you can see, it's very good. Right, good Pebble for over 1,000. Seems strong. I guess that makes the multi-ball very strong. There we go. Bouncy, bouncy. Turns 6% of the damage dealt to it, unless the attack defeats it. Noted. Good luck to us. Got to one-shot it. Definitely don't do 700 damage to it. Dead. Oh, it takes double damage, too. Easy. Oh, this is still only multi-ball 1. Hoping it would become multi-ball 2. Oh, well. So it's got a damage type weakness? Is that true, Fossilized Emu? Doesn't seem to be indicated in any way, shape, or form. I don't doubt you, though. This seems awk. Dunzo. Nommed. Do we want more Swoltorbs? It seems like the Swoltorbs are very good. Help! No! My treasure. I got lots of money, though. Guess we can go to the shop now. Probably fine. What is this thing? It's intangible. It can only lose 1 health from any individual attack? What's with the giant pegs? Hello? This seems strange. Okay, so those damage it, apparently. Seems fine. Laser beam eyes. Wow, he just disappeared. Bye. 72. Get some of this money. Nice. Skip the summoning circle? Yeah, we've already got... I'm not seeing what it does that I want, mainly. Okay, we don't want to hit too many of these red bombs, as they will hurt us. But I guess I don't get much of a choice here. This looks tough. Okay, didn't actually activate any of them. Alright then. That should kill them all. Definitely thought that was going to hurt me for a second. Hello? Take 3 per red bomb. Oops. Didn't even throw it. All right, not too bad. Level 3 Dag Orb. Level 3 Twoo's Company. Applies double damage slime. You know what? Add it. Wait on the upgrade, because we got a shop coming. Don't skip the shop. Dang it. Okay, good. Pocket sand. Bombs detonated while navigating provide money. Board has extra crits. Eyeballs are free, by the way. Let's take one more crit. Orbsium. Activates each peg twice. Interesting. Map navigating matter much from here? Not really. Voltorb, go! $44, $48. I explode? Casual 2000. Fight's over. Seems to be going well. Reduce self-damage. Or whenever the board is refreshed, deal some AoE. These don't matter too much. Let's take the sword, I guess. Guess we're going to that shop. That's fine. No elite for us. They're fast. Spooky fast. Oh my. The black holes in the corner can be annoying too, I see. What happens with the black holes and the jack-o'-lantern? They just cancel it. Oh, geez. Well, that's certainly not good. Don't like it. Yeah, they just bounce into the corner. It's not good. That is not good. Nope. Cool, we got him. Eviscerbate. Spinfection card. Gonna take the heal. Having full health for the boss seems kind of important. Nice. It's getting spooky dark. Quite a few enemies clustered together, huh? Please don't stinkify me. Okay. Vaguely concerning. Fresh pick, thank you. Keep hitting it. Beautiful. Okay, but that hurts, though. Refresh peg is down here. It's kind of hard to hit on purpose, though. Nice. Got two of them. And then the Omega Orb should kill the rest. Wonderful. Okay, that could have been worse. I think we have all the orbs we need at this time. Try the Two's Company, applying double damage slime. Good stuff. That's just double damage for the one peg, to be clear. Blorp. Oh, what? Got scammed. Okay, we'll definitely want the post-battle heal on this one, looks like. Fight, though. Take another Swoltorb. I just want the heal, though, because we're going to the shop. Oh. Our pegs are refreshed, they are upgraded. Bombs detonate in one hit. Now, let's give the refresh perspective. Lose our final basic orb. Get ready for our boss here. Whenever slime is applied to a peg, it gets upgraded by +5. That's very good. Because we were doing slime things. Especially the double damage slime. And now for our, I presumably, final boss here. 4 squares. We want to get the damage bonusers going, but I guess starting with the super bouncy is fine. Good start. And they rotate. And heal, it seems. Alright, give him the ooze then. Not too bad. Swoltorb is here as well. Didn't mean to change targeting before I did that, but it shouldn't matter too much. 4,000. Memorb does an additional 650 damage. Not that good, actually. Ow, we're scaling fast, actually. Those ones hurt. Thankfully, the Omega Orb has Pierce Overkill. Dead. GG. Mine's complete. And the Crucible level 1 is unlocked. That's a win for us. GG. GG. We've unlocked these in custom mode. Cool. Great run. Awesome. Well, that was quite a good one. I think we'll do another run of Peglin here in a minute, Twitch chat. Let me see. We have to get 100 Bulwark or 40 Spinfection to unlock other characters. Or in a single shot, bounce an orb off of at least 6 slimed pegs in a row. Interesting. Crucible 1, we start with an extra Pebble, and Pebbles have -1 crit damage. All right. I'm going to do that in a moment, Twitch chat. Before that happens, though, I'm going to take a break here, refill the leg, stretch the water. Back in a few minutes for one more run of Peglin. BRB. All right, folks. We're back. Let's play a bit of Peglin here. Crucible 1, let's go. Refresh the board on every reload. Flying enemies are attacked horizontally. Orbert's story. Question mark nodes have a plus 7% chance to be a treasure node, and treasure has more chance to be rare? I want that very nebulous bonus, just to see if we notice anything. It does feel very tiny chest, right? Definitely of questionable merit. And yet. So some of these have spider web on them. Have I seen the Peglin mod for Spire? I definitely cannot say that I've seen that. Ow. How dare you? Fired. Crit ball. Every attack is a crit. Convert every 8th peg hit to a crit. It doesn't activate the crits. So it's about building crit synergy. Orbalisk. +1/+2 for each pebble in the deck. Well, we have an extra pebble. You know what? Let's try it. Seems like navigating could be pretty tough here. Guess we're going that way. Give me a rare treasure. Come on. The Laze Orb. Laze Orb and Cleave Orb seem fine. We'll take a Laze Orb. You stumble upon a strange mirror with shadows flickering in the reflection. You're drawn closer and closer until your nose is nearly touching the glass. The shadows are speaking a language you've never heard of before, but you understand their offer. Remove an orb or remove all orbs? Remove all orbs. The shadows in the mirror offer to ease your burden, and you accept. You feel a slight sense of dread as your satchel empties. You awaken sometime later with a mysterious new Orboros as the sole content of your satchel. So we replace all our orbs with this. Persist 3. Can be used 3 times before the next orb is drawn. Discarding the orb will skip all of that. Deals damage to self when discarded. And deals X% of the previous attack damage as bonus damage. Doesn't seem that good initially, but maybe with an upgrade or two we can do better. Mediocre. So now it's getting +10. In theory, each one will do more damage than the last, but this could be different here. We have to reload. Nice. Give me the money. Cool. JC with the Prime sub and the 4 months of support. Swoltorb is back. What is the upgrade on you? Echo 60. No more base damage. Persist 5, Echo 80. Okay, Persist 5, Echo 80 sounds pretty good. Keep with the 1 orb for now. Good enough. $250, huh? So we get plus 27 on the next one now. And then plus 39 on this one. So the damage should get higher and higher with each use of it. Though 50 per swing is not going to be enough to win this fight. Concerning. I'm gonna die. Maybe. That helps. Just the base damage of the Ouroboros isn't very high, so if we can improve the base damage even a little bit, we can do a lot better, I think. Yeah. Okay, now it's a 1v1. How'd he kill a penguin? That's life. One more. Didn't even shoot me. Perfect. Okay, so I'm actually thinking Swoltorb is a really good pairing here. Poison Slime. Koban Orb creates money. More crits. Give me the Pierce. I want that Pierce. The other way was pretty good last time. I would like it again. Double treasure. Okay, and Swoltorb is going first. Also, theoretically good here. It's plus 52 currently. And now plus 43. I was hoping it would hit that bomb. Bats heal. That's kind of cool. Concerning. There we go. Okay. Could have been worse. Oh my Gorb. Destroys orbs, but attacks all enemies. Double damage Slime. Or a Rub Orb. Rub Orb, you're welcome. You need to be upgraded. And I want this treasure. +1 non-crit damage. Yes. One day we'll get him. One day. Whenever a crit is triggered, gain 10 Ballusion. Or deal extra damage the longer your orbs are in flight. What do you mean extra damage? Looks like it's all events from here, which is fine because of the thingy. Although, actually, that did matter. Left versus right there. Foolish. Oh, I see. It, like, activates re-damage periodically. Curious. Not what I thought it would do, but I'll take it. Trying to get money here, rather than bombing them immediately. But now would be a good time for a bomb. Too late. Forgot about the reload. We might want to heal. Easy money. Middle's good. Plus 10 per orb is fine. It's not what we get, though. We get 1 additional refresh, which is also fine. Ooh, this looks promising. For an extra bouncing orb, it's extra promising. Blorted. This attack does plus 91 damage, so it's a guaranteed kill. Now it does plus 116. Plus 137. Plus 114. Sweet. We're rich. Reorbanizer. Okay, we go to the boss with only 52 health. That's a little concerning, but I think we're okay. We discard this to start. I think we do. Take the 4. Time for Ouroboros-ing. Six damage is quite a bit, though. This does plus 147. Okay. This is going to be close, but I think we get there. At least I hope we do. Looks good. Beautiful. Gee. Defeated. Morbid Orb is interesting. Can activate activated pegs we've seen with the Swoltorp. That could be pretty good. I think we just keep with a very few orbs, though. There's Defresh Potion. All orbs get morbid. Was definitely good last time. All attacks of -4, but every activated peg gets upgraded for +4. You can no longer obtain money in battles, but your current shot's total damage is dealt to the target enemy for every 3 gold you collect. That's also interesting. Yeah, the bandana and the Defresh Potion together is quite good. 10 additional refresh, but each refresh only refreshes 8% of pegs. Leaf the rest for later. Curious. Let's try Defresh Potion. Once again, that was great last time. I have full belief it'll be good this time, too. Mr. Wallface. Good for him. Good for him. It's 5 damage. That's pretty good. Guess that's because of the base damage being 5. No shield for you. Quite. One more. Beautiful. Let's get another Swoltorb. Kind of the same thing we did last time, I guess, but it worked, so I want to try it again. With the echoing orb, it's a bit different too. Every shot is a crit if we're below half health. Or attacks get an increasing damage multiplier based on the number of empty pegs. Yes, please. Someday we'll get it. Someday. We're in a corner and faced with an eerie life-size Peglin statue made out of gold. It's holding a radiant golden orb in its outstretched hand. Smash the statue. Take damage, gain gold. Minus 15 gold, upgrade an orb. Let's take the golden orb. Picking up the orb seems to make all of the gold in your satchel disappear, but perhaps the coins protected you from the statue's fate. We have a Balectrum. Every third peg hit becomes a gold orb, and 1 gold is added. Oh, quaint. At least we get the treasure. Yeah, a money-making orb seems pretty good, conceptually. Let's make our navigation money worth more then. Sure. Greed is good. Wait, I have no money for the shop, though. Heck. Well, goodbye. Immune to attack damage while reloading. Yeah, probably reasonably useful, actually. Although we don't reload as often as you might think, because the Orboros goes 5 times, so we effectively have 10 orbs, or I guess 9 orbs. Let's discard it to start, though. Alright, Balectrum, good luck. Wait. I misunderstood what that was going to do. That seems good. It's not good. Please stop being a wizard. Thank you. Got ball work. Oops. Need to fire that. Yeah, this is looking pretty familiar. Excellent. Deleted. And the Overwhammer is back. When applying positive status effects to yourself, increase them by 1. Now the Overwhammer sounds good. Sounds really good. Oh, I should have gone the event. It's fine. Orbs start with 5 pegs worth of damage, or all attacks have Echo 10. Dealing X% of the previous attack damage is bonus damage. We've already seen how Echo stacks really well. Let's make that Echo 80 into Echo 90 on the Super Echo Orb. That's perfect. Alright, nerds. Once again, the Orboros is up first. I guess guess I'll fire it and see what happens. We have the overwhammer. So all is well, presumably. Yes, it just doesn't do that much damage, huh? Better. Definitely better. That's more like it. And yeah, this does now, it's plus 796 damage. So it starts at 1,000 practically. It's a good orb, man. Another Swolt Orb. I don't think we need another Swolt Orb, though. Activating multiple crits still works. Every prime numbered shot pierces an additional enemy. That's quaint. Is the game aware that 2 is prime? That's my question. That's a lot of money. You can use that to heal. Oh, heck. Right in my face, though. Well, that was clean. Phalanx deals splash damage. Like a phalanx, but a phalanx. Who needs it? Certainly not me. Yeah, again, that money during navigation is actually quite good. Oh, it's you again. I guess let's see what the Balectrum does. This should be quite interesting. Makes me a ton of money. Doesn't do much else, though. 0 non-crit damage. Or 0 crit damage, rather. Kind of funny. Go bouncy ball. Blorped. Feels like the build's done. Collected money contributes to damage. Refresh activates nearby pegs when hit. Let's add money contributes to damage. I'm curious how that works with our money-making orb. If it does at all. All right. Boss number 2 has 7,000 hit points. But fear not, we have the build for it. There's also a lot of pegs. Holy heck. This is going to be ridiculous, actually. The rub orb alone is going to do absurd damage. Yeah, like really absurd damage. Because every time we pass through a peg that's already been cleared, we hit it again. And I bounce like crazy. 3,000. We do it in one shot? We might be able to. If we hit the refresh peg, we probably do. Not that we even necessarily need that. Oh, not quite. Not quite. 6,500 damage. Oh, and the boss, too. Oh, we did it! I guess there was a multiplier somewhere in there. One shot, one kill. Easy peasy. We even get an achievement for that, too. You'd love to see it. Disgusting. Ooh, a +2 non-crit damage. +4 crit damage. Summon the squirrels. I think we're more likely to get crits, so let's take the consuming chalice to make a giga crit. Giga. Give me more money. Perfect. What are my current sentiments towards this game? I think it's quite a delight in the current state. It's a fun time. Okay, yeah, so now this orb actually does decent damage. Hello? Seems good. Left, right doesn't matter. Give me more money then. $20 more bucks. We'll get a shop either way, thankfully. Okay, that's not how we're supposed to start. Yeah, my pierces seem to be doing more damage than the initial hit. I'm not 100% sure what's up with that, but it's strong. Deleted. What is this? A signal boost orb. My circle, finesse, and balance. Quadruple effects. Cool. Sushi Smoker, thanks for the Prime sub and 22 months of support. Eyeballs. Sure, give me Balusion. Pocket sand. Thanks. Anything to remove? I don't think so. I think our orbs are more or less perfect. This does nothing, though. That was close. All right, Elite. It's dark, huh? Can't see the pegs, but I can see all the money. We also can't see the enemy. I'm 99 blind. There seem to be enemies here. This is sort of fun. I dodged. There we go. There's a lot of things dying. Oh, that's right. We also have a damage amplification, right? From the bag of orange pegs. That's also making our damage higher. Seems good. GG. Create 2 money whenever the board is refreshed. More negative status effects or more spinfection damage. Need more money. We got lots of fun money stuff going on. And now, I don't think it matters that much where I go. Of course, more money is always welcome. What are we going to do with it? I don't care. That's not what this is about. You can dodge the self-damage from misnavigation, apparently. It's pretty wild. All right, I'll flip the chip today, buddy. You lose the flip. I'll do it again. You lose the flip. I'll do it again. You lose the flip. I think he's cheating. All right, I'll leave. He's cheating. It's a 5-sided coin. That's right. You just barely notice an elongated figure lurking in the shadows. Do you crave power, little Peglin? Would you like to make a deal? Minus 50 max health plus special relic. Sure. What's the worst that could happen? Infernal Ingot. Steal 1 health for every 5 pegs we hit. Yeah, that's a good deal. Suddenly you feel an incredible new power and a new hunger for flesh. Wall bounces add to damage. Sure. Just make it all count. Oh, bonus shop. Attack supply, Spinfection 1. Whenever slime is applied, that's not a thing. When things are refreshed, they gain +1. Sure. Gain must circle. Sure. Good talk. We have all of the relics. Every relic that ever existed, we have. It's gonna be great. Boom. Seems like they explode when they die. Easy money. They're all orbs, I don't care. Not taking an orb. Orbs are wrong. Heal 1 when the board is refreshed. Sure. Okay, more voids. Yeah, the amount of health we steal is kind of absurd. Did. $7,000. All right, boss. Will you get one shot like the last boss? Yes. You have 12,000 health? I regret to inform you this is not enough health. Good luck to you. Although that's not where that shot was supposed to go. That's pretty bad, and it's still pretty good. He's breathing in. Look out. Everything is a money. So I've 91% chance to dodge, apparently. But 100% dodge chance. Definitely not taking that much damage, though. $3,000. This attack does plus 2,000 damage. Up to a 100 dodge chance, basically. Pile change shape. Now things are on fire. No. You have 9 health. Deleted. Did that say the name of the dragon was Theosaurus? Mine's complete. And Crucible level 2 unlocked. GG, Twitch chat. Another gloriously victorious run. Why did they die while the orb was in flight? That's because of our life-stealing power. The Infernal Ingot steals the health immediately. That's what caused that there. Death by health steal. GG. That was a fun one. GG. 50 out of 50. All dinos must die. Not too bad. Can I see adding this to the regular rotation? I could definitely see doing more Peglin, that's for sure. We had 1,200 gold. Crazy. Basically stole that win. GG. Well, Twitch chat, I think that's plenty o Peglin for today. Some really fantastic runs showing off how the game can be hard and how it can be won. Yeah, definitely enjoyed it. Next up, we're going to play some Ace Attorney Chronicles, continuing our adventures in that game. We've got a court case to win against a vampire, the Reaper of the Bailey. That should be silly. So if you're looking forward to puns or absurd Baylor reads text, then that's up next. Before that happens, though, we are going to take a quick break, refill the leg, stretch the water. The vampires are racist? Yes. Against Japanese? Definitely. Definitely. All right, I'm going to refill the leg, stretch the water. When I come back in a bit, Twitch chat, we'll play some Ace Attorney. All right, Twitch chat, back in a few. All right, Twitch chat, we are back. We're switching games here. It is time, once again, to return to the great Ace Attorney Chronicles. Heck yeah. He's back. That's a great quote. How'd you get that one, Zavern? Well done. Welcome back, one and all, to the great Ace Attorney Chronicles. It's time once again to resume our Japanese lawyering adventures, replete with absurd puns and pretty ridiculous leaps of logic. And us convincing jurors over and over again that our client is innocent. Today, we are jumping back into the second part of the fourth trial of this game, where we've been asked to defend a fellow Japanese man from hopefully false accusations of murder. This is the adventure of the Clouded Kokoro. Let's dive back in. Yeah, well said, Darluck. This game has a special relationship with logic. More like logic adjacent. I have considered the defense counsel's request for a further summation and examination of the jury. And I have determined that the court must uphold the defense's judicial right to this procedure. Again, it is unclear how many times the defense is allowed to do this, but let us hope that this is the last. So, counsel, you will now proceed with your second summation examination. I presume the jury is ready, Mr. Foreman. We are, my lord. Very good. In that case, I must ask each of you now to state clearly and concisely for the court the grounds on which you find the defendant guilty of this crime. Again. Judicial findings. Part 2. The accused left behind evidence at the scene, didn't he? Those 3 books of his. If there was some novel alternative explanation about how the victim was stabbed, I might reconsider. Even if the woman was throwing books, it can't be related to this crime if the window is closed, can it? Dearie me, it was only a little book. Hardly life-threatening, even with a direct hit. Look, I just want to get this over with. If I don't bring home some pay tonight, I'll be in a tiny bit of trouble. Come to think of it, we had a fire at home a while ago. It gave me the sneezes. That doesn't have anything to do with the case. Yes, considerably more tangible arguments from all members of the jury this time around, it seems. Are you being sarcastic? With one notable exception, of course. Frowny face. My learned student friend was unable to find fault in the previous witness testimony. So, the court must accept the fact that it was indeed the accused seen fleeing from the scene. And moreover, no one else was even at the scene to commit the crime. Well, if the eyewitnesses are correct, it would seem as if the conclusion is somewhat set in stone. Tombstone. I fail to see how it can be argued any other way. That means, I'm afraid, that during the summation examination, it's essential that you establish some other tangible explanation for the facts. But how? What would even constitute a tangible explanation here? Isn't it obvious? Who stabbed the woman, and how? These 2 details are all you need provide. Simply give us a name and a method by which the attack was conducted. And there I was thinking this might be hard. But Mr. Naruhodo, you have to do it. Otherwise, this really will be where the trial ends. Wouldn't that be a mercy? No pressure then. That's quite enough preamble. Proceed with the summation examination part 2, please. I presume you are prepared, counsel. Oh, yes, I definitely was taking notes this whole time. Oh, the double face slap. Clearly the key to this summation examination is going to be juror number 4. Or should I say, Mrs. Garadeb. We have a book that disappeared from the Garadeb's house on the evening of the incident. And the 4th book found in the victim's hand. There must be a way to link the two. Yes, that's what we have to find. Using every technique I've learned in my short career so far. Whatever it takes. Don't forget you have a sword. Don't forget to keep an eye on Mrs. Garadeb. Got it. Jury examination. Part 2. I like that the sleepy soldier is still in the background here. The accused had left behind evidence at the scene, didn't he? Hold it! Did he? But as we now know, there were 4 books, not 3. Well, what difference does it make? There's every possibility that the 4th book, in fact, belongs to the defendant's landlord's wife/maid. Yes, that's the part I have a problem with. Sorry? Well, at the point the woman was stabbed, this landlord fellow was at home, wasn't he? Enjoying a fiery scrap with his wife. That's not exactly how I put it. Well, anyway, the point is, the fellow and his wife were somewhere else when it happened. I think that's what you call a strong alibi. So it couldn't have been the landlord who did it, which only leaves the Nipponese fellow. Honestly, I can't see what all this palaver's about. It's a done deal, innit? I suppose it is. Yeah, what this jury examination really needs is a smoke bomb. That's right. Hold it! So, you might be willing to change your decision. Oh my, such delight on your face, but I'm afraid I shan't be swayed by mere emotion. Despite what you may think of me, I am a very modern, metropolitan, and rational woman. You see? Modern, metropolitan, and rational thinking, wouldn't you say? Yeah, it's just the... we get a ping for each word. And not at all extreme. As I see it, an overwhelmingly suspicious Japanese man, they're all racist, has been implicated by overwhelmingly strong testimony. So despite 1 or 2 minor puzzlements, I do declare that the man is overwhelmingly guilty. Modern, metropolitan, and rational logic, wouldn't you say? Overwhelmingly. But us modern gals aren't always delighted to embrace new fads, you know. So I'd be only too happy to consider an exciting new theory if you could come up with one. I'd be happy to do that, if only I could. Let's do our best not to disappoint the modern and metropolitan young lady. Right. Hold it! But what about the possibility that the window was open? What about it? I mean, there's just no way it could have been. How can you be so sure? The prosecutor fellow over there said it earlier, didn't he? Winters in London are no joke. You don't want to invite that sort of cold indoors. Unless maybe your house was on fire. So no, the window wasn't open. Us Londoners like sitting by the fire and staying warm, you see. But you couldn't categorically state that the window wasn't open, could you? It just wasn't. It wouldn't have. Then what's the point in even having Windows, huh? Why not run Linux? Counsel, you will kindly refrain from supporting other operating systems. Oh, sorry. Somehow I need to show there's an undeniable possibility that the window is open. Because this young man isn't gonna budge otherwise.
Hold it!
But the little book was on fire at the time, was it not? With flames of love, I'll have you know. There's really no such thing as a loving incendiary bomb. Well, he brought it upon himself. It's playing with fire to betray a fiery love. Isn't it? Well, don't you agree? Oh, well, any kind of betrayal is certainly a bad thing, yes. But I think the argument might have arisen out of your misunderstanding, Mrs. Giradeb. Never you mind that. The point is, we were just having a jovial little dispute, nothing more. And I won't have any more of these suggestions that it was anything whatsoever to do with this crime. Right, well, we'll see about that. But what about juror number 5? He doesn't seem to be turning a hair at Mrs. Giradeb's relentless onslaughts. It's almost as though he's used to it. What a gentle soul he is. Look, I just want to get this over with.
Hold it!
You just want to get this over with? How can you sit there and say something like that? A man's future is at stake here. Well, him and me both then, like I said before. I told you already, I'm a day laborer, Anna. If I don't bring home some Moretti's with me tonight, you'll find my floating face down in the Thames tomorrow morning. What? You heard me? My missus isn't one to mess about, you know. She could be fierce, believe you me. Oh yeah, he knows about it too. Another shining example of marital bliss, then. Situation like this cropped up the other day. It was, you know, it's funny, but I can't quite remember. Sorry? It was too frightening. That's the thing. Must have blocked it out. Helpful. I wonder if Miss Beat will ever be dragged into the Thames by his scarf. Don't even go there, Mrs. Sato. Must be some way to jog his memory about this. No leads so far.
Hold it!
What do you mean you had a fire at home? Does that have anything to do with your decision about the defendant's culpability in this case? Huh? What's that? You'll have to speak up, lad. Could you tell us more about that fire? It was last winter. My grandchildren baked me a lovely cake on my birthday. It had 75 candles on the top, it did. What a sight to behold. You put candles on a cake? Was that some kind of devil worship? Of course not. It was an angel cake. To celebrate my birthday, obviously. What are you, some kind of tiny island boy? It seems that's a common custom here in Great Britain, Mr. Naruhodo. Anyway, I mustered all my puff to blow 'em out. Only I must have blown wrong somehow. The flames didn't go out and the candles went flying all over the room. The furniture caught fire and everything. The whole place filled with smoke. Definitely sounds like devil worship to me. And by the sneezes, I presume you mean a cold. But how did you catch a cold from a fire? What a fiasco it was. The grandchildren, bless them, threw water over me as they tried to put out the flames. And then, because the whole room had filled up with smoke, we had to open all the windows. Yeah, you don't say. When there's a fire in your house, you open the window. The windows? The biting winter air rushed over me like the devil dancing on my grave, it did. I caught a terrible cold from it. Put me in the hospital for a while. I won't forget that birthday in a hurry. I knew it was devil worship. Something about this old man's story is playing on my mind. We need to demonstrate who, apart from Mr. Natsume, could have attacked the young woman on the street, as well as how he or she could have done it. Yes, but once again, the juror statements are full of personal prejudice. A lot of them seem convinced they're right, even in the face of logical arguments to the contrary. I think you're going to need to pit them against each other to force them to accept an alternative explanation. Yes, we must do this again. Don't necessarily need to find contradictions, just a connection might do the trick. Alright, I'll see what I can do. If anything stands out, I'll go in for a strike. Alright, let's see if we can... hit you... against Juror 6.
Objection!
These two jurors' statements contradict one another. They do? How? Don't point at me again. I told you it wasn't me. What's that you're saying? Speak up, lad. Juror number 3, do you see? See what, sir? Did you hear juror number 6's account of his birthday celebrations? It seems, despite being a Londoner, he once opened his windows. Well, yeah, because it was an emergency. I mean, obviously, if the room was filled with smoke from a fire, then you'd be mad not to open the... Oh. Exactly. On the day in question, at the time of the incident, there was a fire in the Garadeb household. And Mr. Garadeb had the following to say about it. He said, quote, "The whole place filled with smoke." Oh, my hat. Mrs. Garadeb, that's an awful lot of caffeine you're consuming.
Excuse me.
Juror number 4, do you have something to say about that? Mrs. Garadeb! Oh, dearie me. What is the meaning of this? How dare you imply that I'm hiding who I really am? It's imperative that you confirm something for the court. So please, it's time to drop the pretense now. What? When the fire started in your house that day, did you or your husband open the window? What? I beg your pardon? What are you insinuating? The room would have been thick with smoke after the carpet and bookcase caught fire as they did. In a situation like that, it's inconceivable that you wouldn't have opened the window. And what if we did? Oh, all right then. Yes, you're right. My husband was frantically trying to open the window, which can't have been easy since I continued to give him a justly deserved book battering. Even though your house was on fire? Oh, you never stop throwing until the anger subsides. It would be terribly bad for the nerves. Of course, I should have realized. That's a significant step forward, Mr. Naruhodo. You've managed to establish that the window is open. We simply must have that added to Mrs. Garadeb's formal statement. Yes, the window was open at the time. I'd clean forgotten, but it's true.
Hold it!
All right, now we have an admission. Oops, that was press, not heck. The wrong input there. Only what? I don't see how it could have gone all the way over to the other side of the road, that's all. So I don't really see how I can change my decision, really. Oh, I see. That wasn't enough. What is it going to take to persuade these people?
Hold it!
Let's press on that further. The fourth book found at the scene of the crime shows very obvious signs of fire damage. And the title of the book is The Lion's Pride. Same title, in fact, as the book that Mr. Garadeb told us he had been reading. Well, I really couldn't say. On the day in question, did you or did you not throw at your husband the copy of The Lion's Pride that he'd been reading? I did. It was the first thing I could lay my hands on, so I hurled it straight at him. Now you come to mention it, yes? He was rather enjoying reading it, you're right. Why did you not reveal this information to the court from the outset? Because I couldn't, you insolent little man. I didn't remember. At times like that, you pick up and throw whatever you can lay your hands on as well as you know. I really don't. I barely noticed I was throwing a book, much less the title of it. Hello? Nice pose, sir.
Excuse me.
Juror number 5. What the hell? You know something? I remembered what it was. That memory I blocked out. It was, listening to what this granny was saying. Brought it all flooding back. Who are you calling a granny, you cheeky devil? I'm Mrs. Garadeb or the maid. I'll have you know. The man doesn't even flinch. Please tell me that's not because he's so used to being hit all the time. It was about 2 weeks ago now. I just got home after work, like. I put my hand in my pocket for the wages I just earned that day, and I nearly died. There was a hole. Every last penny had dropped out. Oh dear, what a disaster. You haven't heard the half of it, boy. Oh? The wife was cutting up some chicken at the time. I could hardly get the words out, but I told her straight. I've lost a day's wages, love. Next thing I knew, the blade was whistling past my ear. Stuck into the wall next to me, it did, about an inch deep. Wow, that's scary stuff, dude. I could smell it then, you know. The chicken. I was sure I was gonna end up face down in the muddy banks that night. Without any chicken. Now that's a real disaster, ain't it? I'll never use the word lightly again. Anyway, the point I'm trying to make is this. When women lose their rag, they'll throw anything at you. Knives, hatchets, hammers, hand grenades, alimony, bills, you name it. Mr. Naruhodo, you mustn't think that all women are so short-tempered and unrefined. No, I wasn't thinking that. I was just thinking about what it feels like to be on the floor after a Susato takedown. Throwing household objects at people is, well, uncivilized. At least attack with honor, using a bow or the like. What? Attack? Who are you gonna attack? Never mind. Anyway, this man's words could be rather significant, I think. They could? We'll come back to that bow and arrow thing later, Mrs. Sato. Many questions. A woman in rage will hurl almost anything at you. He says. What do we have in the court record here? Book receipt, case file, a jackknife. I haven't used the knife, which is missing the tip yet. Pictures of the stabbed individual. It was in the victim's hand. So do I pit 4 and 5 against each other now? Oops. So the window was open. Yes, Mrs. Garadeb has finally admitted to it, which is a very significant victory for the defense.
Hold it!
This is my... Wait, no, that's press again. Dang it. Pit, not press. Pit.
Excuse me.
Something troubling you. That's it. R's pit.
Objection.
These two statements contradict each other. Maybe.
Hold it.
Uh-oh. Sorry, but as foreman of the jury, I have to object. That's complete nonsense. Well, banker, don't forget. There's no contradiction. Quite so, Mr. Foreman. I will not permit a whimsical attack against the good members of the jury. Okay. So we have to do something. Where do the contradictions really lie? What if we pit these two?
Objection. Hold it.
Also no. Quite sure what's expected of me here. These reset pretty often, so I don't think it matters too much, but... Definitely hurting for hints here. Just like press again, maybe?
Hold it.
Your wife really threw a kitchen knife at you? That's right. She was chopping meat with it. Had a tidy edge on it, believe me. Still, it's all memories, ain't it? Started with that smile she threw at me when we were courting. And since then, the list of things she'd thrown at me has been grown along with our relationship. It was a cup, then a glass, then a pot, a kettle, a chair, a wardrobe, cooker, bathtub, kitchen sink. Your wife must be even beefier than you. But things came to a head last week when she threw me right into the Thames. Still, she's not so bad when she's come down. She's a little sweetheart, really. I'm so happy for you. You want to know what I think? I think this whole idea of a ladies first that we're so obsessed with in this country was thought up by some clever lads who've been tossed in the Thames too many times. It's a very interesting theory. What a terrible thought. On the face of it, this juror's statement just sounds like a really extreme anecdote. But I think it might turn out to be an extremely powerful weapon. A weapon I might be able to use to make the jurors accept an alternative explanation here. Okay, so that was progress.
Hold it.
Getting 2 on 5? Pressed again, dang it. I was thinking of pressing 3 against 5. Convince some more about the force of the throw, I guess. Doesn't the banker only think there's 3 books? Yes? That's what he's claiming, but I have nobody else stating there's more than that. So I have no one to pit him against. I guess I could present the 4th book. No, I can't. Yeah, I have nothing to do with the banker as far as I'm aware. I think 2 against 5. All right, chat thinks 2 on 5. I'll do it.
Objection.
These two statements clearly have a deeply significant connection. Oh yeah, that is correct. Good grief. You mean they don't contradict each other? Explain at once. Juror number 2, do you think perhaps that this could be one such novel alternative? Oh my, whatever do you mean? An alternative explanation as to how the victim was stabbed in the back. What are you talking about? We've demonstrated that the 4th book, The Lion's Pride, that was found at the scene of the crime, originated in Mr. Garadeb's room on the top floor of his house. Therefore, it's equally possible that some other object besides the book could have been thrown out of the window. Yeah, what's that now? After all, Mrs. Garrideb could have thrown any number of different objects at her husband. Isn't that right, juror number 4? What are you insinuating now, you little beanpole? No slurs, please. I'm beginning to think that ever since the true origins of this book came to light, perhaps she's had a feeling this might be what happened. Now you listen here, you Eastern Gala. As the foreman of this jury, I demand a straight answer. You give us this yarn about some other object making its way out of the house, but what? What was it? I'm really taking a big gamble here. It was a bold accusation to make, but I haven't any real evidence to back it up. But I'm certain that at the very least, this warrants further investigation. All right, Mr. Foreman, I'll try to explain the defense's theory. The other object that found its way from the Garrideb household to the scene of the crime was, of course, the knife.
Take that!
Thrown out the window. Juror number 4, Mrs. Garrideb. What now? I must apologize in advance for this. But I need you to confirm something else for the court. This knife. Have you ever seen this knife before? Oh. Good Lord, Counsel, what are you doing? That's the weapon. Don't tell her that. My lord, remember that when the victim was attacked, Mr. and Mrs. Garrideb were in the throes of a loving argument. Mrs. Garrideb was hurling anything she could at her husband, who'd been backed up against the window. A window that had been opened to clear the smoke, and through which a book sailed to land at the crime scene. You can't seriously believe that. The book was found in the victim's grasp. Are you saying that it flew out of the window and across the street to land neatly in her hand? Huh? Even my missus ain't got a name like that. Yes, I admit there are many details we don't yet understand. But that's the point. That's precisely why we must not allow this trial to end. Ever. Oh my. Oh. Mrs. Garrideb, your answer, please. Have you ever seen this knife before? Oh, well... Ah! The truth hurts, don't it? That would be a yes. I wish to change my decision. I'm a woman of my word, after all. Thank you, madam. Yes, I agree. I certainly didn't see this coming, but I just don't think it would be right for this trial to come to an end now with so many unanswered questions. Mr. Foreman. I'd have to agree. Not that I think the granny did it, mind. Yeah, you know what? I'm not happy about this at the moment either. All together now, ladies and gents. Freak. But that's only 4 votes. We did it? Oh, congratulations, Mr. Naruhodo. So, as a result of the defense's summation examination, a number of jurors' leanings have changed. 2 jurors call guilty against 4 now calling innocent. Accordingly, the opinion of this court is divided. This trial will continue forever. This is our life now. Now then, Lord Van Zykes, how does the prosecution wish to proceed? The prosecution would like to request more chalices, sir. We are running low. This trial is rapidly descending into a farce. Like a corked wine, the first few sips are bitter. But then the fires of rage consume you. What follows is so repugnant, it's good for nothing save the gutter. If I may, Lord Van Zykes, The defense has just put forward a credible alternative explanation for what just happened. Credible? Is that your considered opinion, Mr. Foreman? The defense's argument is a joke to which I barely know how to respond. But let me start by insisting that you must all familiarize yourselves better with the relative positions of those places being discussed. What do you mean by that? It should already be more than apparent that between the crime scene and the Geradeb household runs a rather wide street, Briar Road. Which, I love your scroll. Which means that the distance from the Geradeb's house to the scene is some 15 yards. Let me see, 15 yards. That's almost 15 meters. 14 meters? Oh, that's a little bit... That's almost 15 yards. And as you ladies and gentlemen of the jury rightfully note as having portentous significance, the fourth book was found in the victim's clutches. In other words, the smoldering book, wantonly hurled by the lady of the house, traveled some 15 yards to land on the opposite side of the road, neatly between the collapsed victim's fingers and thumb. Is that your final conclusion, my learned and deluded friend? And did the jackknife follow a near-identical trajectory to plunge into the middle of the victim's back? This fantasy is somewhat stretching the notion of having a bad day for the victim. Even those pathetic serialized detective stories have more believable plots. Oof. Shots fired. Ah! The truth hurts us, too. There's nothing I can say to that. Prosecutor loves the sound of his own voice. Yeah, he does. Mr. Sato, serialized detective stories are pathetic, are they? How dare he? Maybe let's pick our battles here? Herlock Sholmes is not here to support us. My lord, might I be allowed to speak? As judicial assistant, you may speak for the defense. Yes, go ahead. The prosecution may consider the idea a fantasy, but what the defense has postulated was believable enough to persuade the jury to change its leaning. And as such, the court has a duty to explore this alternative exploration as thoroughly as possible. To that end, Juror number 4, Mrs. Joan Geradeb, must be called to testify and submit to cross-examination. Saints alive! A cross-examination of a juror? That's grounds for a mistrial. Oh right, I forgot, those don't exist. Ordar! Let's just do it anyway. We'll call it irregular and unprecedented, and we'll do it anyway.
Objection!
And unnecessary. Lord Van Zykes? There are already witnesses in the stand whose testimony the defense may further cross-examine. If my learned friend's partial theory has any truth to it, then both a burning book and a jackknife must have thrown through the sky before this couple's eyes. And we must assume they would be able to testify accordingly. What say you, witnesses? Yes, sir. Constable Roy Beat, reporting for duty, sir. Well, good morning, officer. Sorry for dozing until now, sir. Haven't slept for a month on account of a villain who's appeared on my beat, sir. Oh, they are so heroic, these London bobbies. Patricia, my darling, I've been neglecting you, but no more. Oh, Rolly, my hero, you make me swoon. Very well. I hereby reject the defense's request. Oh. And order the witnesses in the stand to testify again, instead. State forthwith before the court any details pertaining to the defense's alternative explanation of events. Yes, sir. Witness testimony. Again. This case has nothing to do with Mr. Garadeb. Believe me, a London Bobby is good for his word. You see, sir, the windows on the top floor of the Garadeb house are top-hinged casements, sir. Obviously, if anything had been thrown out of the window, we would have seen it. I did leave the scene to go and fetch help, but my trusty Rolly was there to make sure nothing was disturbed. I didn't take my eyes off the crime scene for one moment, sir. Nothing strange to report on that front, sir. Now we press them. Well, this is startling. Top-hinged casement windows. That detail was not in the police report, Constable. Yeah, I'm sorry about that, sir. I must have been a little drowsy. You cannot excuse your sins with drowsiness every time, Constable. No, sir. I'm sorry, but what exactly is a top-hinged casement window? And you cannot excuse your ignorance with such trite remarks, my learned friend. Of course. Found it, Mr. Naruhodo. How is everything in that book, Mrs. Sato? Cast your mind back to the windows in Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb's room. All right, I'll try. Be handy if there was a flashback to help me. Oh, there we go. So the window opens in order to allow air to circulate inside the house. Like that. But as it's a top-hinged casement window, it swings open along the upper edge, you see. Doesn't exactly allow for a projectile trajectory. I'm glad you've rectified your ignorance. A casement window's most prominent feature is its stay, a metal bar which prevents the window from being opened beyond a certain amount. It prevents its opening? News to me. Absolutely correct, sir. In other words, if a book or knife would have been thrown through the open window, it would have clattered against the pane and fallen straight down to the pavement below. Oh. My alternative explanation. You see the problem, then? Good. Your education in windows is complete. There was never any possibility of either the book or the knife traveling 15 yards across the road. That is, unless the window pane had been shattered. Something we've already discounted. That can't be. That can't be! Did you see that, Rolly? That young Japanese man just collapsed in agony from truth. Oh yes, my darling, I saw it. I saw how he crumbled before me. Oh, Rolly, you're so strong. How is this happening? Haven't even started the cross-examination yet. Already my argument's been destroyed. Counsel, if you could drag yourself upright again, the court awaits your cross-examination. My lord. Oh good, another desperate situation. Begin the cross-examination. We're still at 2, eh?
Hold it!
Press him. How can you say that for certain? Very good question, sir. And the answer is this. As the noble founding principles of the force written on it as a reminder to all policemen of our sworn duty. He showed us that before, didn't he? Did he? I don't remember. To patrol the streets of London town and uphold the peace of the common man, it's what the job's about, sir. And that is why I can stand here today beside my long-suffering wife and tell you a Bobby's good for his word, while rubbing my tired eyes and admittedly, Oh, Rolly, you're so manly. Of course I am, my darling Patricia. Oh, Pat. Oh, Rolly. No, none of this is what I meant. I meant, how can you say for certain that this case has nothing to do with Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb? Ah, I see, sir. You should have said so earlier, sir. Yes, well, could you answer the question? Absolutely, sir. I will answer it to the fullest of my ability, sir. There's a surprising reason why Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb's domestic dispute can't be related to the case. But before I get into that, sir, just one thing. Yes? I'd very much like you and all your countrymen to understand the great British institution of Scotland Yard, sir. So I hope you'll take back some tales of us London bobbies and how we uphold our guiding principles. Wasn't planning on going back just yet. I've only just arrived here. Only just noticed the joke with the names of these two. I haven't caught on to it yet, actually. Patricia and Rolly? No, I'm not picking up what they're putting down. All of the witnesses have had joke names so far, though, so I'm not at all surprised by that. Patrolly. I see. Patrolly. But I must warn you, you won't be able to get through it without shedding a few tears. Thank you. All right, let's have a look at that. Observe the piece within his allotted beat. Expected to walk 20 miles. Any crimes fall under the jurisdiction of the beat in which they are discovered. When a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with initial investigation. It's literally all of it.
Hold it!
By which you mean they don't open fully, is that correct? Yes, sir. Just there to allow a bit of air through the house, you see, so they're restricted as to how much they open, sir. And therefore, anything thrown out of the window from inside the room would simply strike the pane and fall to the street directly below. For clarity, allow me to mark the map. Here is the location where objects would have fallen. Yes, directly opposite the scene of the crime, on the other side of the rather wide road. Would it have been so hard for someone to mention this top-hinged casement thing before? Well, I have another question for you, Constable. And what would that be, sir? How do you even know? Why would you have any idea what sort of windows they have? Ah, well, sir, that's very simple. You see, I helped with the investigation yesterday. Did you now?
Excuse me.
Do you have something to add, Mrs. Beat? Sorry? You look, delighted. Or something. Oh, I was just remembering. That's all. We really were so lucky. Lucky? What do you mean? Well, of course, I feel terrible for the poor woman who was attacked. Don't misunderstand me. But we were just so lucky it didn't happen on Rolly's beat. Ah, yes. It was so close, you see. Oh, I hadn't realized. Oh, yes, that street, Briar Road, that's the boundary between Rolly's beat and the next one. Isn't that right, my love? Constable Beat. Oh yeah, that's right. That's the reason I was helping out with interviewing the occupants of the Garadeb household yesterday. Their house is on my beat, you see, sir. That really was cutting it close then. Constable, I wonder if you could clarify something. If the Garadeb household is on your beat, does that mean that the pavement next to it is as well? Outside Mr. Garrideb's house? Yes, ma'am. The pavement on that side of the road is part of my beat. I see. I was unaware of that. Just think, if the woman had been attacked just on the other side of Briar Road, we would never have been able to go for that meal to celebrate our wedding anniversary. That's the life of a bobby, after all. Extraordinary people are bobbies, tirelessly working for the benefit of all Londoners. You know what I think? I think it was the good Lord's way of rewarding my Rolly for all his hard work. Don't you think so, my darling? That must be it, Pat, my love. That must be it. I think perhaps we should make sure we have that information officially on record. Leave it to me, Mr. Naruhodo. I'll take care of it immediately. Okay. And now it's my turn, I think. Obviously, if anything had been thrown out of the window, we would have seen it.
Hold it!
According to my notes here, the sun had gone down already and it was dark. Oh, but Rolly and I were strolling along, gazing at the night sky and looking for our lucky star. Your lucky star? The star that will guide us to eternal happiness. Can't it guide you to answer the question? If a flaming book had cut across the sky, if a flaming book had cut across the sky in front of us, it would have lit up like a shooting star. And if I'd seen a shooting star, I would have made a wish. Let Rolly be an inspector, I would have said. 3 times, at least. Of course, what with the smog and everything, we couldn't actually see any stars. In short, are you trying to say that neither a book nor a knife crossed the sky before you? Yes, sir, that's correct, sir. As sure as the night sky in London is starless, sir. Certainly seems like they're telling the truth. And then we saw the poor woman fall to the ground, so we ran over to help her. Rusty Rolly was there to make sure nothing was disturbed.
Hold it!
Yes, you said that you went to a nearby police box to fetch another officer, is that right? That's right, yes. If it had been on Rolly's beat, I would have known exactly where I was going, of course. Don't feel bad, my love. You can't be expected to know the location of every police box on every beat. So Rolly told me the way, only I sort of got a little lost on the way. Patricia, my darling, that's why I love you. Your terrible sense of direction is bewitching to me. Oh yeah, there it is. Pat Rolly. Yeah, they make it clear with the juxtaposition there. Oh, Patrolly. Oh, please. So, I suppose I was gone for about 15 minutes. But like I said, my Rolly was at the scene the whole time. I was off duty at the time, of course, but true Bobby is never really off duty, sir.
Hold it!
Nothing, hey? Nothing to report? That's correct, sir. I had my eyes wide open the entire time, never looked away for 1 second. No one else approached the scene and nothing was removed from it. I can swear to that one on the yard's honor, sir. Really? That seems a little strange. Your pardon, sir. Strange, sir. Seems altogether regular to me. This burnt copy of the Lion's Pride was originally in the Garrideb household. So the question remains, how did it find its way into the hand of the victim? Can you shed any light on that, seeing as you were at the scene the whole time? Allegedly. Aha! Could it be a different copy, sir? One that happened to just be burnt also? I think that's ridiculous. So we can see from this photographic print she had a bag over her shoulder. Well, sir, that book was in the lady's hand from the moment we arrived at the scene. Is that so? There's something about this statement that's not sitting right with me. The two mysteries of how that knife ended up in her back and how that book ended up in her hand. There must be some common thread between them. Can I ask you something? Please, Mr. Lawyer, sir. Oh? Sure. You're doubting us, aren't you? I can tell. What? Well, I mean, yeah. You are the opposition. Please, just because I'm a woman doesn't make my testimony any less valuable. You might just see me as the wife of a policeman, but I'm a woman of my word, I am. I really don't remember ever suggesting that I doubted you. No excuses, I don't want to hear it. My voice will be heard. My lord, you'll let me speak, won't you? Yes, Mrs. Beat, I will allow you to supplement your testimony if you so desire with more unnecessary information. Sometimes the path of least resistance is the sage one. It's a very loud mutter by the judge. I heard that. That Japanese man thinks a policeman's wife's word counts for nothing, does he? Well, watch out, sir. I might let you get away with something like that, but my Rolly won't. Duly noted, Mrs. Beat. Please, I humbly ask you to continue. What could she possibly be about to say, I wonder? I know what I saw. My eyes never let me down.
Hold it!
We'll press you on that one. Nobody is questioning what you've told us, Mrs. Beat. I saw it, I did. That evening I saw it clearly. That little Eastern Island boy with the whiskers and the funny curved back, slinking away from the scene. And I know what I didn't see as well. Didn't see any flaming books or knives flying through the air. All very clear. You also mentioned something about having a poor sense of direction. Oh, yeah, that's a little embarrassing, really. I'm always ending up at the wrong place when I've made arrangements to meet Rolly. He gets ever so cross.
Excuse me.
Constable Beat, is there a problem? Huh? No, sir. No problem, sir. Did your wife's remark just now bring something to mind, perhaps? Oh, well, in a way, sir. Yes, sir. I was just remembering that the same thing happened that evening is all. You mean Mrs. Beat lost her way on the night of the incident? Well, you see, I sent her off to find a police box in the next beat over from mine. But she was gone a fair bit longer than what I was expecting. I thought she'd be back inside 10 minutes, but my darling was gone a good 15. Oh, Rolly, you're such a tease. The reason I was gone is because of the bouquet, silly. The bouquet? Sorry, what bouquet are you talking about? Oh, it was a present for our wedding anniversary. Rolly's so romantic. He saved up for it with farthings and halfpennies he found in the gutter. Yes, how romantic. I'd forgotten all about it until just now. Had you, my darling? Ah! Huh? Oh, yeah. But that was just between us. No talking about it to anyone else, darling. You have to promise... Really? Oh. What was that about? Constable Beat looked very obviously troubled during that exchange. I'm afraid I can't offer any useful insight, Mr. Naruhodo. But I'm quite sure of one thing. We have to ask Mrs. Beat about the bouquet. Mrs. Beat, this bouquet you mentioned. I'd like you to add details about it to your testimony. Please. Oh, really? Yes, I'd love to. What happened was, I dropped my bouquet and ended up losing my way for a while.
Hold it!
You dropped it. You dropped it at the scene of the crime? Yes, I was so upset. When we ran over and saw it was a woman with a knife in her back, I was so shocked I dropped the bouquet Rolly gave me. It was in a dark spot where the streetlights weren't casting any light, so I didn't notice it at first. And then you went to the police box. Yes, and I came back to the scene together with the other constable, you see. That's when I spotted my bouquet again. But the funny thing is, when I went to pick it up, it was nowhere near the victim's body at all. In case you need reminding, Mrs. Beat, the victim is not deceased. I was all flustered for a moment before I heard a voice calling me from the other side of the road. Your husband, presumably. That's right. Silly me, I'd gone over to the wrong side of the street. Although I'm going to blame the bouquet this time, I can't think how it got there. I really can't. So the bouquet somehow moved. Or was it perhaps the body that moved? Curious indeed. Isn't it? But the worst of it is, I forgot to pick up the bouquet again when we left the scene. That beautiful rose Rolly bought me, what will, with that change from the gutter he spent so long collecting? By bouquet, do you perhaps mean this sorry, solitary rose? Oh. Oh, yes, that's it. That's the bouquet Rolly bought me for our anniversary, with old bits of change he found me in the gutter. Maybe just call it a rose? Tell us, Lord Van Zykes, where did you come by this flower? According to the report by the police officer in charge of the crime scene investigation, it was found on the edge of the pavement in front of the Garadeb household. In front of the Garadeb's house? Although it wasn't noticed until the morning, as it lay where the street lamps cast no light. It was believed to be of no relevance to the case, since it was found on the opposite side of the thoroughfare. Oh, thank you, sir, thank you. Could I have it back now, please? No, I think for good measure this rose should be added to the court record as evidence. Oh. The anniversary bouquet has been entered into the court record. But it's a symbol of our love. Too bad. An English rose. Such a beautiful flower. This is a rose, is it? I've never seen one before. Do you not take an interest in flowers, Mr. Naruhodo? I wouldn't say that exactly, but I do know 3 types at least. That's not very many. Plum blossom, peach blossom, and cherry blossom. Perhaps you should consider branching out. Wow. It's very stylish paper the flower's wrapped in. You mean newspaper? Oh. I suppose it's because I'm not used to seeing English print. It looks so exotic to me. I see. Is something wrong? Oh, no. I was just thinking that if you wrapped a stone-baked sweet potato in English newspaper, go on, it might look like some sort of fancy cake. Ah, Susato-san, you do love your cakes. Stone-baked sweet potato? Is that what she said? Stone-baked sweet potato. Tasty. I want it back after the trial. Do you hear me? I want it back. Good grief. Rest assured that I shall do my very best not to forget, Mrs. Beat. You'll have it back in 3 to 6 business months. Not for one moment, do you? Are you sure about that? I'm pretty sure you fell asleep. Nothing to report. It's correct, sir. I had my eyes wide open the entire time. No one else approached the scene and nothing was removed. I can swear to that on the yard's honor, sir. Really? That seems a little strange. Beg your pardon, sir. Strange, sir. Seems altogether regular to me. How did it find its way? I think we already pressed on this. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, what do you make of all this? The whole idea of an invincible attacker has been troubling me all along. I believe I'm starting to get a picture of what really happened here now. The fourth book that had no business being at the scene of the crime made me sure that Mrs. Garadeb was hiding something from us. But it's becoming increasingly clear that someone else has been hiding something from us as well. I think I may already be armed with everything I need to strike a decisive blow here. This time, it's going to expose the whole truth about this mysterious affair. Did they both say they went to a police box? No, just her.
Hold it!
Have the statement about being on the wrong beat, the challenge. Yeah, I'm definitely not sure what to do here. Seems to me like the body was moved in some way. I would love a hint here, if chat knows exactly what I'm meant to be doing with their statements. I believe I'm supposed to present the warrant card to confront him about being on the wrong beat, but which statement I'm supposed to do that with is deeply unclear. Yeah. Sounds like one of them moved it so that they could do their anniversary thing. But why is Rolly eating his helmet straps is the important question. Did I examine all of the rows? I think I did. Oops. There's only two things to examine, right? Is the rose in any of the pictures? No. It is definitely not. Officer Rolly Beats. Yeah, the rose was on the other side of the road. But none of these statements relate to any of that. Yeah, I'm not sure what to do here. Would love a hint from chat as to which statement to challenge, mainly. If it involves pressing again, I would be very pissed off about that. Challenge the idea that the scene was undisturbed. This one?
Hold it!
Or nothing strange to report, the last statements. Present either the bouquet or the warrant card, I would imagine. Let's start with the bouquet.
Objection!
Happy to lose all my lives and figure out what happens when that happens too. You claim, Constable Beat, there was nothing to report in the 15 minutes or so you were guarding the scene, but that cannot be. What do you mean to say? In your testimony just now, Mrs. Beat, you explained to the court that when you arrived back at the scene of the crime with the policeman assigned to that beat, the bouquet had moved.
Objection!
Yes, on the opposite side of Briar Road to where the victim was attacked. But considering the size of that meager bouquet, if a single sorry bloom can be so described. No doubt it was blown in the wind across the street, back into the gutter where it belongs. Meager?
Objection!
But if that were the case, why did Constable Beat not testify to that fact? Because he was asleep. No one else approached the scene and nothing was removed from it. Constable Beat swore to that on Scotland Yard's honor. But the bouquet belonged to me. It was nothing to do with the case. That's why Rolly didn't mention it, I'm sure. No, because sadly it's not only your bouquet we're talking about here. More than one thing in this case is mysteriously the wrong way around. What are you talking about? Think about it. Besides Mrs. Beat's bouquet, there's Mr. Garrideb's book. Mr. Garrideb's copy of The Lion's Pride, which was thrown out of the window by his wife, would have struck the pane of the casement window and landed here on the west side of the street. And yet, it was actually found here on the opposite side of the road, in the victim's hand. Meanwhile, according to the testimony we've heard, Mrs. Beat's bouquet, which should have been propped on the opposite side of the road, but in fact, it's on the west side of the road. There's no logical explanation for these things. Unless someone deliberately moved them. What are you trying to say? The way you're talking, it sounds like you think my Rolly's done something wrong. Don't you listen to a word that scrawny lawyer says. Wittering on about books and bouquets. Why should we care? It's nitpicking, that's what it is. Oh, good. Mrs. Garrideb's come round. You might call it nitpicking, Mrs. Garrideb, but deliberately meddling with the scene of a crime is a criminal offense. It's called, tempering, Mr. Naruhodo. But the person responsible for this tempering cannot admit to it, for a very subtle but compelling reason.
Objection!
Tempering? You've barely heard the term before. Tell us, my learned friend, who would possibly have had cause to carry out such an elaborate deception? There is someone who tampered with the scene of the crime that evening. All the evidence and all the testimony points to that one particular person. Broly. Counsel, I must demand that you substantiate this conjecture. Who are you saying is responsible for tampering with the scene of the crime? Has to be Broly. This Patricia could have maybe done it, but it seems like it had to be Broly.
Take that!
Obviously, there's only one person it could have been. Constable Rolly Beat, it was you! What? A policeman? A member of Scotland Yard? What nonsense. Why would my Rolly do something like that? There's no one straighter than my husband. No Bobby works more tirelessly for the people of London. Mrs. Beat, you said in your testimony that your husband asked you to go to a nearby police box to fetch the officer on duty. The 15 minutes that you were absent from the scene is the only opportunity anyone had to tamper with it. You're making it up. It's all nonsense. It's all lies. What about that Japanese man with the whiskers? I bet it was him. He did it.
Objection!
If that was true, Constable Beat would have seen him do it. Oh. And forgive me for pointing it out, but when you dropped your bouquet, Mrs. Beat, it was after the defendant had fled the scene.
Objection!
First, you make accusations about the landlord and his wife, and now you incriminate the policeman as well? Your accusations lack one very important thing. Blood! You claim the crime scene was tampered with. But there is only one reason anyone would commit such a reckless crime. To hide something. That's right, he's right. But my husband and I just happened to be there, that's all. So why would we have anything to hide? It doesn't make any sense. You've offered no motive for this alleged tampering. And until you do, you will be cursed for eternity. Constable Beat had a very good reason for wanting to tamper with the scene of the crime. That's the key to this entire affair. Mr. Naruhodo, have you managed to solve the mystery? Counsel, you have made a very serious accusation against a London police officer. If you are mistaken, I'm sure I need not point out that you will be hanged until dead. Immediately. With that start warning in mind, you will now explain to the court the motive for this alleged tampering. Yes, my lord. You'll be buried alive in a coffin, that's right. Constable Beat's motive for tampering with the crime scene was to hide where the victim fell. To the ground. That is what this Bobby had to cover up. At all costs. What? Where the victim fell? You mean where she was attacked? What are you talking about? We told you at the very start, didn't we? On the pavement of Briar Road, we saw it happen, remember? There. Right here, and definitely not across the street in somebody else's jurisdiction. Nope, definitely not that. That's certainly what everyone has been led to believe. But in fact, that isn't where the victim was stabbed at all. What? What? Wait, does Van Zykes have a sword? I missed that part. I'm beginning to wonder where this tumultuous trial will end, Counsel. You and me both, buddy. If that's your assertion, then the court is Dying to know, my Nipponese friends. Where are you proposing the crime actually took place that evening? Hereish.
Take that!
But that's on the opposite side of the road? Don't understand. On the evening in question, Mr. Garadeb's book fell directly down from the open window above, and your bouquet, Mrs. Beat, never moved at all. What did move was the scene of the crime. Good gracious! This is a sword. Perhaps you haven't been listening to the ample testimony the court has heard. These witnesses both saw the moment the attack took place. That's right, I saw it with my own eyes. It was 5 o'clock in the evening and already dark. It was a typical London fog. You didn't see shit. That was actually on the west side of Briar Road. You were confused also. No, that's not true. It can't have been. Constable Beat then arranged for you to be absent for a while by sending you to help. And during the 15 minutes you were away, he transplanted the crime scene. He moved all the things. The victim, the 4 books. He moved everything to the pavement on the east side of Briar Road. Extraordinary. But the constable overlooked one thing. What? What did he overlook? The bouquet, I presume. Exactly. The prosecution told the court just a few minutes ago about the discovery of the rose bouquet. Lord Van Zyke says it wasn't noticed until the morning. Yes, it couldn't be seen in the dark, obviously. Which is why it was only the bouquet. It was found in its original position on the pavement on the west side of Briar Road. And that is the defense's theory about what really happened. How do you respond? Constable Rollybeat. ... Ah! Well, I'm very sorry. I didn't mean to nod off again, but I haven't slept properly in a month. Did I miss anything important? Oh, Rolly. It isn't true, is it? What that lawyer said is all lies, isn't it? I know it is, because you're the most upstanding, righteous man I know. I mean, he is upstanding, still. I had a dream. A terrible dream. All the things I did that night. Everything come out. Everything exposed. Only it seems... it wasn't a dream at all. Good golly! Ordar! What on earth is the meaning of all this? Oh, Rolly, why? Why would you do something like this? Moving a corpse is... gross. And a criminal offense. Wishing the victim dead should be one too. Constable, explain yourself. Why would you do this? As a respected member of Scotland Yard, your duty is to protect the good people of London town. Can't say, sir. What? I really am ever so sorry about all this. For damaging the Yard's reputation. For everything, sir. I have a possible explanation. For why, on that particular evening, Constable Beat felt compelled to move the scene of the crime. I can think of one reason. What? How can you possibly know? You, a foreigner, presuming to understand the mind of a Scotland Yard policeman. And yet, Lord Van Zyke, is this foreigner who has uncovered the... It is this foreigner who has uncovered the startling truth of the matter thus far. I believe it would be beneficial to the court to hear this extraordinary young lawyer's theory. Counsel for the defense, if you please. Yes, my lord. I think you had better show us some evidence. At once, my lord. England, Japan, it makes no difference where you come from. Human emotions are the same. And I think I have a fairly good idea of the feelings behind this man's actions. What gives away the motive for Constable Beat's unthinkable actions? This.
Take that!
I realize that I'm a foreigner in this land, and I have only just arrived from Japan. Which is why all this information about London's so-called bobbies is completely new to me. I've learned that, though honorable, patrolling the beat is the most demanding work in the world, for example. Keeping the peace, looking after the citizens, in all kinds of ways. There's no doubt that the young Bobby is charged with a great deal to do each day, certainly. But for Constable Beat, the day in question was special. Special? On account of this bouquet, my lord. Oh yeah, it was our very first wedding anniversary. Constable Beat had worked so hard to be able to afford that simple flower for his wife, and was so looking forward to taking her out for a celebratory meal. When he and Mrs. Beat stumbled upon a crime along Briar Road. Dun dun. When he saw that shadowy figure through the fog collapse on the pavement ahead of them. What must have gone through the man's mind? But sir, just on that one particular day, I was looking forward to celebrating my wedding anniversary. Shameful ... This is the warrant card that Constable Beat offered to lend to me earlier. Inside, among the rules for patrolling policemen, it says, when a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with initial investigations and help detectives. Aha! Constable Beat. Is that or is that not the reason why you moved the whole scene of the crime that day? Yes, sir. Everything you said, it's all right, sir. So, that's it. It was all to do with the boundary of your beat. Oh. Exactly. To summarize, the incident actually occurred on Constable Beat's beat. Good gracious, golly gumdrops! Constable, do you realize the gravity of what you have done? It was the first time since I became a copper that I'd ever cursed God. Stay close to me, Pat. The criminal could be lurking somewhere. As we ran over to the scene, I had every intention of doing my duty as a police officer. We've got to report this to the station as quickly as possible. But then it dawned on me. I realized where we were, where the victim was lying, and what that meant for me. When a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with initial investigations and help detectives. Why here? Why did this have to happen to me? And why tonight of all nights? Why? It's a copper's job to guard the scene of the crime, so I told Pat she'd have to go to the nearest police box and fetch whoever was on duty there. It was then, when I opened my mouth to speak, it just came out. I couldn't believe the words that were coming out of my own mouth. This is the next beat to mine, Pat, so you'll have to get the police box that covers it. Turn right along Mearsham Street. And then... And then... Sad flashbacks. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Oh, Constable. I just wanted, just that one night, to take my Patricia out for dinner. Oh, Rolly. Just that one night. You knew that if the incident was on your beat, your evening of celebration would be ruined forever. And so you decided to move the entire crime scene outside your jurisdiction. Just across the street, to the east pavement of Briar Road, which falls under the neighboring beat's care. Yes, sir. You see, I thought, well, I was sure the victim was dead, you see. I beg your pardon? You didn't even check for a pulse? Well, of course he did. Otherwise, my Rolly would never have left the poor woman on the freezing cold pavement. I see your meaning now. But God got me back for my sins, didn't he? That's why I missed the rose I bought for Pat. Oh no, Rolly, this was all my fault. I should never have dropped it in such a dark place. I'm so sorry, Rolly. And can you tell us, Constable, how many books did you move from one side of the road to the other? Oh, 4 it was. Yes, definitely 4. 3 of them dropped by Mr. Natsume, and the 4th being the one that fell from the window. But what made you place that book in the victim's hand? When all the others were scattered haphazardly around, I mean. Oh, well, sir, that's because that's how I found it. Oh, you found it? What do you mean? When we first ran over to the scene, the victim was already holding the book. So when I moved everything, I made sure it was still in her hand. You're sure it was this book, The Lion's Pride? Oh, yes, sir. No doubt about it, sir. I thought it was an open and shut case at the time, you see, sir. There were only the 2 people at the scene, and Pat and me both saw it happen. However, which way you looked at it, it had to be the fellow who ran off who'd done it. I couldn't see the harm, really. I didn't think moving it at all over the road would make a little jot of difference. I suppose this is it for me now. I've had it. You're fired, buddy. My lord. Yes, Lord Van Zykes? I believe that concludes the cross-examination of the witnesses. Oh, thank goodness. Constable, you may withdraw. Yes, sir. Mr. Prosecutor, sir. What will become of my Rolly? Blood. Please, don't punish my husband. This was all my fault. It's because I'm always moaning at him for coming home late. Leave it now, Pat. Let's go home. I'm tired. I think he needs a break anyway. All right then, my love. One last thing, Constable. Sir? Let this be a lesson to you. In a criminal investigation, every detail matters, however insignificant it may seem to you. Yes, sir. Carve that lesson in your flesh with a sharp knife. And do not forget it. And never again make the mistake of tampering with the scene of a crime. Never again, sir? You mean to say? Leave. Now, this trial is not yet over. Sir! Somehow, the trial continued. Well, quite a startling revelation, I must say. Whoever thought of a third party transplanting the entire scene of a crime? Indeed, my lord. Nevertheless, there are some immutable facts here. Principally, that the accused, Mr. Soseki Natsume, is the only person who could possibly have committed this crime.
Objection!
No, I disagree. Now that we know the true scene of the incident, there is someone else. Another person who could be responsible for the knife in the victim's back. Forgive me for being presumptuous, but I believe the prosecution is probably well aware of this possibility already. Lord Van Zykes, is this true? Very well. Name the person if you will. The further investigation is warranted. The prosecution has no objection to the trial continuing. You will name this other person. Mrs. Garadab, casually throwing a knife out the window.
Take that!
The defense would once again like to request the cross-examination of a new witness, my lord. Once again, my assistant made the same request earlier. In order to finally reveal the truth about this case, it's imperative that we cross-examine juror number 4, Mrs. Joan Garadab. Me? Oh, dearie me.
Objection!
That request has already been denied.
Objection!
But the situation is different now. Mrs. Garadab, answer me this. What do you want now, you little toad? At the time of the incident, you were engaged in a violent argument with your husband, Mrs. John Garadab. In the course of the argument, a minor house fire was ignited, and to clear the smoke from the room, your husband opened a window. Well, what of it? You threw this book at your husband when he was cornered with his back against the window. Upon striking the pane of the open top-hinged casement window, the book plummeted directly down, finding its way to what we now know to be the true scene of the incident. Yes, and as I said, what of it? During the argument, you were beside yourself with rage. As such, you threw not just books, but anything you could lay your hands on. Cannonballs, lions, house cats, knives. So, let me ask you one more time, Mrs. Garadab. Grenades, this knife, the one removed from the victim's back. Have you seen it before? I plead the fifth. Don't recall. Seriously? Am I supposed to remember everything I picked up and threw at my husband? And anyway, the man over there in all that regalia said members of the jury needn't testify, didn't he? Conveniently, yes, he did.
Objection!
No, I have no recollection of saying that, juror number 4. Uh-oh? Make no mistake, you jurors are not special in any way. You are not immune to the judicial process. If you know something about this knife, madam, let the truth come out. But that's a common or garden knife. It could have come from anywhere. We have several like that at home. If one went missing, how would you expect me to know? What's that? Are you joking? What are you saying, please, Mrs. Garadab? Now you listen to me. I refuse to believe all this nonsense. I couldn't bear the thought that I'd injured someone. Do you hear? I couldn't bear it. Oh, the poor woman. So, yes, I want evidence. I want to see hard evidence if you're going to insist on this being my fault. You're going to have to prove it to me that I threw that knife. Come along now. Chop, chop. Do your worst. Okay. Well, Mr. Naruhodo? If I had evidence like that, believe me, I would have thrown it at her already. Then take the stand, juror. Oh. The prosecution does not object to the defense's request to cross-examine this woman. Thank you, Lord Van Zykes. Seems like he might actually be interested in the truth. I'm gonna have to testify. Juror number 4. as I'm sure you will appreciate, having observed it with your own eyes today. Witness testimony can lead to the most extraordinary truths. Truths of which the witnesses themselves may not even be aware. Oh, crap. So I demand your full and unadulterated testimony, Mrs. Garadeb. And mark my words, in this court of law today, we shall extract the truth. Along with all your teeth. Do you concur, counsels? Certainly, my lord. Oh, is that necessary? That's what I'm hoping for, my lord. This is such a strange feeling. For the first time since arriving in this country, it actually feels real. I'm here in the Old Bailey, and I'm a lawyer. Witness, state your name and occupation. Oh, yeah, my name is Joan Garadeb, and I'm a juror. That's not your job. It's not your job. The court has decided your testimony is required. Do you understand, madam? Yes, my lord. You will tell the court everything that took place in your household on the evening in question, and then this young island boy is going to make you repeat it all over and over again. And I warn you, do not attempt to hide the truth. Oh. Chin up, Joni. Nothing to worry about now. Mr. Garadeb, you've snuck onto the witness stand? Didn't know you were here, John. Wasn't only you in the room that day, old thing, was it? Rather think I ought to testify as well, don't you? But what about your knee, dear? What about rules of basic court etiquette? Don't you have to be, like, signed in or something? Don't you worry about that. Hardly notice it. I'm not the sort of chap to sign into courts. Oh. I presume you are Mr. John Garadeb. Yes, sir. Former 2nd Lieutenant of the 3rd Regiment of the 4th Northumberland Fusiliers, sir. Love that. 2nd Lieutenant of the 3rd Regiment of the 4th Northumberland's Fusiliers. That is hard to say. Seen my fair share of action and now living the quiet life, as it were. The quiet life? Were you not engaged in an incendiary battle with your spouse on the day in question? Well, yes, quite. I believe this may represent a first in the proud history of the British court. Calling a juror to the witness stand is unprecedented. However, the court will hear your testimony now, juror number 4, and that of your husband. You will recount clearly and concisely the events in your home at the time of the incident in question. Sir, at once. Witness testimony, part 3. The Battle of Garadeb. Yes, on the day you're referring to, the wife and I did have a bit of a skirmish. Can't recall the reason. Knocked a candlestick over and set fire to the carpet. Soon had it out, though, and got the window open. Meanwhile, I was picking up whatever I could find to throw at him. Plenty of knives around our place. Can't say I'd notice if 1 or 2 went missing, I'm afraid. If that bally thing in the victim's back really was one of ours, you'll have a job proving it, I think. Sounds as though it was quite the battlefield in your household that evening. Although an entirely one-sided assault, it seems. The enemy caught us on the hop, sir. Had no choice but to dig in and take defensive measures. To be honest, if the enemy had kept shelling us for another minute, we'd have been toast. Of course, a veteran such as myself is only too aware that on every battlefield, you're just a gnat's whisker from death at any moment. This guy looks like a McDonald's mascot. Yeah, the Moon Mac, was he called? There was a moon face McDonald's mascot at one point, and he definitely looks like that. How many cases are in the games? I think 5 in this one, Miskatonic Blue. Mac Tonight, that's the name. Yes, Mac Tonight. He looks like Mac Tonight. There are 5 cases in this game, I believe. This is 4 out of 5. What a beautiful croissant. On every battlefield, you're just a gnat's whisker from death. We still talking about a marital quarrel here? Well, I must say I'm dubious that this testimony will shed any light on the origins of this jackknife. In combat, one's focus narrows such that surroundings are barely noticed. These witnesses may not be able to offer anything more than they have testified already. This may be a dead end. Van Zykes may well be right. Well, whatever the chances, we only have this last cross-examination to uncover the truth, Mr. Naruhodo. I sure hope that's true. Very well, Counsel. Begin your cross-examination. The Battle of Garadab. Time for pressing. The reason is what you told us yesterday, I believe. Yes, that's right. If I remember correctly, it all started because of a note that was tucked into the pages of a book belonging to Mr. Garadab, a love note from somebody else. Mrs. Garadab found the note and was pissed. She gave him what for? What a sordid state of affairs. Hell on earth. I say, when a chap says he can't recall such things, it's common decency not to drag it all up. And besides, half of it was wide of the mark anyway. Unlikely story. These waters run very deep. And what transpired next after these multiple blows to the face? Fire was set.
Hold it!
And the fire also spread to some items of furniture. The bookcase, my armchair, anything of mine, really. Just so happens there was some bathwater around that evening, so I sloshed it about. The most precarious situation you put yourself in. Ours is a 3-story townhouse on the west side of the street where the water main isn't connected yet. Have to draw water from a public water pump during the day if you need any, you see. The lodgers are always moaning that they can't get any water at night. Although, that little mustached Japanese man buys water in bottles, I believe. What a freak. Defendant Mr. Natsume, you mean? Yeah, he receives a stipend for his studies, you know, from his home country. Can you imagine being able to brew a pot of tea at all hours? He's obviously very well off. Have you actually seen the state of the man? I believe he uses all his innocence. I believe he uses all his income to buy books. Well, anyway, the point is, I was able to douse the fire with water, fortunately.
Hold it!
Even though the room was on fire, you were throwing things at your husband. As far as I was concerned at the time, it was more important to extinguish my anger than the flames. When a woman wants to throw, she must throw. That is most certainly not true of a Susato takedown, Mr. Naruhodo. How did she know I was thinking that? So please cast your mind back and try to remember. Was the knife among the items you threw at your husband that day? In all honesty, I don't recall. But I feel I must point out that I'm no monster. Let me see. Some bread, a cabbage, garlic, a towel, a sponge, a napkin.
Excuse me.
Yes, Mr. Garadib? Mr. Garadib! Don't shoot! I'm sorry, what? Did your wife's remark just now bring something to mind? Nothing of any significance. Just that the barrage of projectiles the old thing launched in my direction was somewhat more solid than she implies. Books, bricks, and the fire poker, I believe. Ow. And the woman's aim is uncanny. She landed a direct hit with every bally. Ah! Good grief, woman. We're not at home now. This is a court of law. Also, that's my pipe that you're pouring tea into. Dearie me, ever so sorry, dear. What's she even doing with a teapot in here? Honestly, John, I would never have thrown such things at you, obviously. Well, take a look at this then. How do you suppose this happened, huh? Your pipe, sir? Had this thing in my hand as usual at the time of the onslaught? Knocked it clean out with one of her soft projectiles, she did, yeah. And when I went to pick the thing up, it was broken in two. I'd like to see a sponge do that kind of damage. I see, your pipe was broken. It would never have been sent flying unless it was hit by something pretty solid. Anyway, I've managed to bandage the thing up for now. You are one to exaggerate, aren't you, dear? I wonder what we should make of this account. Could be important. The defense believes Mr. Garadeb's remarks are of significance.
Objection!
This war veteran's words will only tell us one thing. Betray a fiery wife, and pipes, as well as hearts, may be broken. Sentimental wisdom, perhaps, but hardly worthy of adding to the formal testimony. Indeed, common sense, one might say. Might one? In that case, would you at least permit us to examine the pipe, sir? Huh? Well, I don't see why not. Oh, dearie me, there you go again, trying to ingratiate yourself with a young lady. Very well, the court will accept the gentleman's pipe as evidence. Hope I didn't speak out of turn, Mr. Naruhodo. Aha! Thought we might find that in here. The tip of the knife is the key piece of evidence we need to seal the deal on this case. The tiny fragment of metal. Looks like the tip of a blade or something blade-like. What's blade-like? Can't think of anything. The tip of a blade? Surely it couldn't be. How did it end up in his pipe, though? Looks to be in a sorry state with that bandage, doesn't it? But for some reason it feels slightly ominous, like it's trying to shout out a warning. Probably because it's the same blue as Mr. Garadeb's dressing gown. Suppose it must be considerably sentimental to Mr. Garadeb, given that he's gone the trouble of repairing it. Either that or he can't afford to replace it. Wait, okay, we have the fragment of metal, which can be examined on its own. So the tiny piece of metal we found in the chamber of Mr. Garadeb's pipe. It looks like the tip of a blade or something. Something wrong, Mr. Naruhodo? I don't really know. There's just something niggling me, but I can't quite put my finger on what it is. Perhaps in that case, it would be wise to examine some of the other pieces of evidence again. Oh, look here, Mr. Naruhodo, just at the tip. The blade is missing. Wait, part of it's missing. Could be wrong, but I've just got a feeling. You remember this? It's the tiny fragment of metal we found. And just maybe... Oh my, it's a perfect fit! Somehow, I just knew it. Sweet, okay. It's fine. Thanks to Susato-san, we have some new evidence to work with. We should examine it carefully. We sure did. Thank you for that rebuttal, Mr. Garadev. Now, if we could return to the crux of the matter. What can you tell the court about the knife used to attack the victim?
Hold it!
Would you care to elaborate? Nothing to say, really. Rather partial to a spot of carving, you see. Pipes and whatnot. Fishing tackle, you know the sort of thing. It's a passion we both share. I like to carve little wooden trinkets, too. And then there's my leather work. Sorry to say we're always losing knives. We have dozens of the things. They sell them at the market sometimes, 20 for the price of 19. Needless to say, I snapped them up. 20 for the price of 19. Buy 19, get one free. Bingo. Bingo, that's right. John prefers to use two knives at mealtimes, too, instead of a knife and a fork. Not now, Joan. We don't want people thinking I'm some kind of savage. Ah! Here we go again with the scaldings. Why are they being so evasive? I imagine it's because they don't want to believe it. They can't bear the thought that it might have been one of their knives that injured the victim. Which is entirely understandable, actually, but still. Go on with your testimony, witnesses. Sir.
Hold it!
You'll have a job proving it. So you have no intention of admitting it was your knife unless we can produce proof. Even though there is no other credible possibility.
Objection!
You forget my Nipponese tiny island boyfriend. It has yet to be established that the accused is not responsible for the attack. As if I could forget. If only there was some way to know. Perhaps you're thinking of fingerprinting, Mr. Naruhodo. What? I mean, it's not a dream? Whenever people touch anything, they leave behind a unique pattern from their skin, or so they say. But I can't see anything. There are already countries in the world where these so-called fingerprints can be used as evidence. Lord Strongheart is currently discussing the matter at the Ministry of Justice. Yes, I believe we are rapidly approaching an era of scientific methods of investigation. But for now, we shall have to resort to dramatic court proceedings and personally convincing the jurors. If only I could transplant this whole incident to several years in the future. What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, I think we've heard all this before, to be honest. Can't say I'm particularly confident we'll be able to prove anything new. Even a tiny shred. For Sasaki-san's sakes, we must. We must find the last crucial piece of evidence. We did already. Alright. Not sure if we present the knife or the tip. I'm going to try the tip first.
Objection!
Mr. Garadev, can I ask you to take a good look at this, please? You could ask, but I can't see anything. You can't? Used to call me Dead-Eye Deb back in the regiment, of course. But that was some time ago now. Even when I'm trying to enjoy a large print book by the fire these days, I struggle to tell a B from a D and a P from a Q, to be honest. Oh, he does, dearie me. It's rather wearing, being asked about every other letter in every other word. You must D very dizzy. It's bad. What is that? A tiny scrap of metal? Yes. Probably from the tip of a blade. Not just any blade. It's a piece of evidence. Interesting. And where did the defense come by this evidence? It was lodged in the chamber of Mr. Garadeb's pipe. A pipe? By Jove, I wonder how that got there. And what precisely does this fragment of metal signify, Counsel? Are you suggesting that it is in some way related to the matter of the stabbing? Ow. Yes. But, when put together with another piece of evidence already in the court record, ... Gotta really use your brain power here, Twitch chat. Which other piece of evidence in the court record could this possibly be related to? I did not realize she was standing in a box the whole time, by the way. That's very funny. The bouquet, of course. You appear rather confident in that extraordinary statement, Counsel. Very well, then, present the pertinent evidence to the court. What evidence, when paired with this fragment of metal, allegedly reveals the truth of the entire case? Why, it is very clearly the bouquet. No, it's the freaking knife.
Take that!
This is the knife. If you look closely, you will see that there is a small piece at the tip that is missing. A common issue with the inferior blades sold at unsavory street markets. Mall ninja shit, if you will. Criminals who use them regularly leave the tips lodged in their victims' bones. And what of this particular knife? No doubt its tip has suffered a similar fate, now languishing somewhere near the spine of the victim.
Objection!
No, that's not the case. The tip of this particular knife's blade is the very fragment of metal we discovered in the chamber of Mr. Garadeb's pipe. Ah. Arg. Good gravy grief. Lord Van Zykes? I don't believe it. The knife from the crime scene and this fragment of metal are a perfect match. Good golly gosh, gumdrops! Ordar! Is this some sort of Eastern sorcery? Again with the racism in court. This is no magic, my lord. I would know as a vampire. This is a miracle. A miracle? So Van Zykes has figured it out, has he? Counsel, explain this extraordinary coincidence at once. Yes, my lord. The crucial point we have to ask ourselves here is when did the fragment of metal find its way inside Mr. Garadeb's pipe? Something that was clarified for us in the most recent witness testimony. This thing in my hand as usual at the time of the onslaught. Knocked it clean out with one of her soft projectiles, she did, yep. It would never have been sent flying unless it was hit by something pretty solid. Oh, dearie me. During the argument between these two that occurred just as the victim was on the pavement below, Mrs. Garadeb flung this knife at her husband. However, the knife missed Mr. Garadeb, instead striking the pipe in his hand, which caused the tip to break off, of course. Good lord. Good Baylor lord. And that is when the tiny tip of the blade found its way inside Mr. Garadeb's pipe. The chances of that are 1,000,000 to 1. And yet, there's no other credible explanation for how the tip of the blade ended up in your pipe. Yeah, how did he not notice the half a blade in his pipe? Well, it's not half, just the tip. How did he not notice that while he was packing the pipe, is a good question. Then, after losing its tip, the knife ricocheted off the pipe and flew out of the open window. In short, this knife, which fell from the window of the Garadeb's house, is the very same knife that struck the victim in the middle of the back on the street below. Oh gosh, oh dear, oh. No!
Objection!
Again with the chalices. Is this number 6? I've lost count. A full-bodied theory, I'll give you that. A complex bouquet of seemingly trivial points, plausibly arranged to create an almost passable vintage. Allow me to toast my learned friend's characteristically Nipponese approach to bottling his arguments. What? But after all, it is just a theory, just like gravity. And just like gravity, I fear it is corked. Because, you see, it's spoiled by an insurmountable inconsistency. An insurmountable... What? Lord Van Zykes, explain yourself and get your foot off the bench. What is this inconsistency you claim to have identified? An inconsistency of the simplest nature, my lord. The victim was found with the knife planted in the middle of her back. Yes? That's right, you silly little man. Now, Joan, old thing, what are you getting so excited about? Let us consider the basic facts of the case once more. The victim was walking along the pavement before being stabbed in the back and falling to the ground. If the knife that struck her had fallen from above, there is no possible way it could have planted itself into her back. Ah! You're right about that. Order! Quite right, you see, that's exactly right. If the knife had fallen on her from above, it would have been a headshot. Well, that's true. He's lost for words, look. Knew it. Never liked his theory in the first place. I don't know, though, what really did happen. It would appear the defense has made rather a spectacular blunder. If a theory has even one inconsistency, it cannot stand, like a man with one leg. Your theory, my learned friend, is history. Oh no. We were so close. Could see the truth. I was so sure we were on the right track, but now the way has been blocked completely by a vampire. Or in other words, we simply need to eliminate that one inconsistency and the theory will stand. Like a man with two legs. Mr. Sato? You mustn't worry, Mr. Naruhodo. You were just caught off guard, that's all. And your mind went blank. But if the path you were on is indeed correct, then a way will present itself. The key to this is in the court record, I'm sure. All the information you need is there. It seems you have nothing to say, my learned Nipponese friend. Well, your silence speaks volumes. Court stenographer, record these volumes immediately. A tacit acceptance that your theory is fatally flawed.
Objection!
This inconsistency doesn't mean I was on the wrong track. It means that I need to sharpen my mind and dig deeper for the truth. It's a test. A lawyer test. Yes! If the knife fell on the victim from above, there's no way that it could have hit her in the middle of the back. Unless he was taking a nap. What are you implying? Counsel? There is a piece of evidence in the court record that can explain this inconsistency. That can explain how the knife that fell from above could have pierced the victim's back. We already have the answer. Goodness. Utter madness. Surely this must be the last time. Counsel, present the evidence. The victim trip? No, they were bending over to pick up the book that was on the ground. So I think we just present the fourth book. Yeah, let's just present this.
Take that!
This, the fourth book found at the scene. This is the final piece of evidence the defense will present. The burnt book? Is that not Mr. Garadeb's book? Yes, and to understand its significance, we have to consider how it came to be at the scene in the first place. This photographic print clearly shows the book in question, and that the victim holding it in her hand. But as we all know now, it was the police constable that put the book between her fingers. Quite so, as part of his wholesale transplanting of the crime scene to the opposite side of the road. That's true, however. As part of his testimony, Constable Beat made an extremely enlightening statement on that point, that he found it like that, which we're apparently going to take his word for. They're lucky they threw the book first? Maybe, but maybe if they hadn't thrown the book first, the victim wouldn't have even been hit by the knife. In other words, the victim had already picked the book up of her own volition. And clearly that must have been before she suffered the knife wound. Well, I should say so. After being attacked with a knife, I don't imagine she'd have been doing much of anything. So the question becomes, why did the victim have that book in her hand? By jingo! I told you no slurs in the courtroom. I think I'm beginning to see what may have happened now. Oh, dearie me. We know that the book fell from the top floor of the Garadeb household onto the pavement below, at precisely the moment that the victim was walking past. Yes, at exactly that moment. The young woman was walking along the street in the light fog, when all of a sudden, a book fell right in front of her. The book I threw. Yes, Mrs. Garadeb. And what do you think the woman did? What would you do if you were walking along and suddenly a book landed in front of you? Well, I can't imagine it. But I suppose you might have reached down to pick it up? Exactly. Yes, that is exactly what I say that she did. She picked up the book. Oh heavens! And when the woman reached down to pick up the fallen book, what position would her back have been in? That's right, facing the sky, defenseless. Then, in the very next moment, while the woman was still bent over picking up the book, knifed. The next object fell from the room above, the jackknife, straight into the middle of her back. And at that same time, walking by chance directly behind Miss Green, was the defendant, Mr. Soseki Natsume. It appeared to Mr. Natsume that the woman simply collapsed on the floor. In the dark and the fog, he never saw the knife. And from the other direction, the constable and his wife saw no one but the victim and her apparent attacker. So there never was a real culprit to run from in the scene in the first place. No, this was nothing more than a series of unfortunate events that culminated in an unfortunate accident. The Book of Stabbing, that's right. And that is the real truth behind this case. Also, Mrs. Garadeb, you're going to jail. The very first time you showed me that knife, I had my suspicions. I wondered if perhaps it might have been something like that. More better, by the way. Thanks for the gifted sub to Popkey. There, old bean. Or Mrs. Garadeb. Of course, I never meant for anything of the sort to happen, but it was all my fault, wasn't it? I take full responsibility. I let my anger get the better of me. I threw that book. And I threw the knife. To the gallows with her. John, dear, It's all right. I know. I'm ever so sorry. Truly. I'm sorry! Faints. She fell off the box, by the way. Oh, he caught her. Good. I was gonna say, that's a long way to the floor. So, like that juror number 6 is still not convinced. Lord Van Zykes, what news of Miss Garridon? She's been taken to the infirmary. It would appear that today's events had left her in an especially flustered state. However, I believe she will recover in due course. There is no cause for concern. Yes, unbeknownst to themselves, they caused what could easily have been a terrible tragedy. They shall... Yeah, he wasn't listening. They shall have to prepare themselves for the consequences of their actions. There is some good news, however, my lord. I have just had word from the hospital where the victim is being treated. Her condition is improving steadily, and her doctor believes she will soon regain consciousness. It's strange. We've been talking about the victim all this time, but we've never once met her. How wonderful. The woman is out of danger, it seems. Yes, that is good news. So, Mr. Soseki Natsume. He said nothing this whole time. Yes. On behalf of my fellow countrymen, I would like to take this opportunity to beg your pardon. You came from your distant eastern homeland to study our great and superior British culture. Have been repaid with immeasurable unkindness. Please accept our heartfelt apologies. No, it is me who should be begging your pardon. Oh no, Mr. Natsume. That evening, when the young woman just collapsed on the pavement before my eyes, I jumped to the wrong conclusion again in my confusion. What conclusion, sir? I was sure that the woman was dead. Yes, Constable Beat said the same thing. I suppose she must have looked completely lifeless. It's been about a year since I arrived in Great Britain now, but I still can't get used to life here. I can't relax. I'm sure there are evil spirits lurking in the fog, like they're hunting me. Poor Soseki-san, his imagination really has got the better of him. Yeah, poor man. So when it happened, I thought the young woman had been taken by the fog spirits. I should never have dropped my books like that and run away. I should have called for help, for a doctor, or the police. Instead, I've managed to create a rift in the relationship of trust between our two empires, and for that, I am truly sorry. ... By the way, Casper V56 is joining the illustrious list of channel cuties. All hail Twitch chat. We got a new cutie on the list. Get you added right away. You're on the list. We were befooled by this spirit and led to false conclusions. But thanks to Lord Van Zykes and our young lawyer here from the east, that chain has now been broken and the spirit exorcised. I heartily commend you both. Oh. Now then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Yes, my lord. In concluding this trial, I must ask one last time for your decisions regarding the defendant's culpability. Are you ready to present your findings to the court? As a foreman of this jury, I can assure you we've reached a fair and just conclusion. Do declare the truth can be extremely cruel at times. Well, I didn't suspect the woman next to me, that's for sure. Sitting in for the old bean while she's out of action, you know, but I know what her decision would be. None of this should be allowed. Whatever's happening right here, definitely not allowed. Does this mean I'll finally be able to get out of here and start work? Well, it's about time. I say, I'll have a corker of a story to tell the grandchildren when I get home, won't I? Yeah, blatant conflict of interest, for sure. Very well, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I hereby demand your final decisions. Mr. Foreman.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Innocence. Established. Very well, Mr. Saseki Natsume, I hereby pronounce you Nipponese. Not guilty, also. Let the confetti rain once more. GG, I guess. And finally, Mr. Natsume. Oh, yes, Lord, sir. You are now a free man once more. It is my hope that you will continue to further your education in British culture. And may you never again be brought before me. Oh, yes, sir, of course. On my life, I swear I'll never set foot in a courtroom again. I'm transported to tears. Thank you, counsels. Court is adjourned. It sure is. Yeah, cue him being in the next courtroom, next trial, for sure. 20th of February, the Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber. Oh, locum. Wait, you mean me? Of course! Is there another locum here? Is there even one? Compared to the original locum student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire, your name has become rather short, hasn't it? What's wrong with using my actual name? Oh, at last I'm free, I'm free! Joyful, joyous, jubilant, jubilation! Heady, hearty, happiness, hurrah! Oh, I'm pleased Mr. Natsume is delighted. Would it be so hard just to say that, then? Locum, you did it! You saved me from the brink! Well, what happened to the poor woman was in no way your fault, after all. I'm just glad everyone can see that now. No, 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 not that! Lovely, loyal locum lawyer! Yes? I mean, as I said before, I have just never got used to life here in Great Britain. Every time I look over my shoulder, I see foreigners. I see towering brick buildings. And from high up windows, I see them looking down on me, laughing. Look at that little hunchback! Oh dear, I'm sure it's all in your head, Mr. Natsume. But today, you, locum lawyer, gave my gloom the boot. Now it does 5 damage. You stood firm behind that baronial bench before all those babbling British. You battled to the bitter end, laying bare the baffling truth. And when I beheld the blinding fireworks among the beams of the Bailey's roof, I bellowed, "Behold the best barrister ever born!" Well, that's very flattering, and we're very pleased for you. This has given me a wonderful anecdote to recount to my old friends back in Japan. An anecdote? Is that what's become of all my hard work? Ah, there you are, my dear fellows. I apologize for keeping you waiting. I rose late this morning. Oh, Mr. Sholmes, what a pleasure to see you. You're just in time for the trial. Disaster has been averted, I'm glad to say. Oh? The trial shall begin presently, Mr. Naruhodo, and I wish you the very best of luck. It's just finished. What? No, then my haste was in vain? Arg! It's you! Sherlock Sholmes. We met, sir. This is Mr. Natsume, the man you had arrested. Mr. Sholmes? Ah, I see. I failed to recognize you at first. Our previous encounters have taken place in the gloom, either of your bleak lodgings or that prison cell. I simply couldn't place that curious face in the lights. Charming. This is all your fault, Herlock Sholmes. You're the reason I had to go through this terrible ordeal. I'm going to give you a piece of my mind. My apologies, sir, but I assure you I have placed you now. You're the fellow who abandoned that poor young lady and ran off, are you not? Had she been taken to hospital more urgently, I feel perhaps she would have regained consciousness by now. Oh. But it was unavoidable, I'm sure. We are but human after all. Anyone would have been shaken by such an experience. I do feel very badly about how I behaved. Well, never mind. Now then, what was it that you wanted to say to me, sir? Nothing. Ha 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 ha! Priceless! Oh, I am sorry, really, but... that was quite priceless. Poor Saseki-san. Still, on the bright side, you've had an extremely entertaining experience without paying a penny. And it would seem you were not even found guilty. But there is no bright side. What do you mean, Mr. Natsume? There were fireworks. Those were nice, but even after this, I'm still cursed by the spirits, and now by the Reaper. Lord Van Zykes. I haven't forgotten, you know, what facing that man in court means. Even if you're found not guilty, you're found dead. It will be all right, Mr. Natsume. If the Reaper appears trying to make trouble, I will protect you. Hiya! Ow. I thought you said you could hold those back. Much as I like being turned on my head, a bit of warning might be nice next time, Mrs. Sato. So, Mr. Natsume, what do you intend to do now? You mentioned something about recounting your experiences to your friends back in Japan. Yes, I intend to return to my homeland soon. Oh. It has already been a year since I arrived here in the Great Britain. I've visited universities, libraries, bookshops. I've been honored with the tutelage of professors. I've learned so much about the wealth of literature here and the city it has shaped. And I've come to realize that it is my calling to sail home and tell my fellow countrymen about it. Paradox says, this feels more like a TV show with lots of clicking than it does a game. Yes. Yes. I wouldn't exactly describe what the player is expected to do as gameplay, exactly. Very touching, Mr. Natsume. Or in perhaps less veiled terms, you wish to withdraw halfway around the world to escape the terror of the Reaper's curse. That's not it at all. The more I learn of literature, the more this strange feeling claws at my insides. I feel compelled to return to my roots and attempt to pen a work of my own. Oh, I see. Yeah, it's so stupid you can't stop watching. Yeah, indeed. A work of literature by Saseki-san could be an interesting read. Lots of alliteration, I'm sure. And what about Miss Sosato and yourself, Mr. Naruhodo? Sorry, what about us? Will you return to Japan alongside your mustached compatriot? It's a visual novel? Don't visual novels usually give you, like, a choice at some point? You know, option A or option B? Different branching storylines? I guess maybe some of them don't. Will you return to Japan? Why would we? A week has not yet passed since we arrived. And only now does it feel as though we have finally found our feet. And you are accommodated in a hotel at present, are you not? That's right, but we need to find lodgings before it bankrupts us. I've calculated we can only afford another 10 nights before our entire budget is exhausted. Well then, you could take my lodgings. Oh, aren't they... yeah, grungy, but what it lacks in windows, it more than makes up for with a floor, a ceiling, and walls. And of course, I'd be happy to leave behind the accursed evil spirit. Oh, and it's cursed. Even better. Oh yes, it tries to suffocate you while you sleep. It's an infallible wake-up call. Well, think about it, if that's all right. I plan on playing the second Great Ace Attorney game. I don't. This one has been fun, but it has dragged on a bit. Not sure I'm willing to sign up for another couple dozen hours of that. Perhaps I can offer a more welcome alternative. Would you consider taking lodgings with me? Really? Well, a vacancy has conveniently presented itself. Though it is up in the attic, I might add. Are you sure it isn't just a storage loft? I spoke with the landlady this very morning, and Iris is cleaning the room as we speak. You must come at once. I presume you have no luggage? Oh, this is simply wonderful. What an honor to be invited to taking lodgings in the great detective office's attic. I'm too overcome for words. So suggesting we look out elsewhere is out then. Then it's settled. Iris will prepare a welcome dinner this evening. And you must come too, Mr. Natsume. I insist. I don't know what to say, but thank you. And yes. Wonderful. Then I'll go and complete the paperwork for your formal release, Mr. Natsume. It shan't take long. Somebody's happy. Locum, I knew that you wouldn't let me down. I'm truly delighted to have met you here in London. Likewise, Mr. Natsume, it's been a privilege. It's a shame that we're going to have to say goodbye so soon. Well, I've come to realize that I belong in Japan, but Locum will meet again one day. Yes, I'm sure. And hopefully by then I'll be a successful lawyer. Hopefully by then I'll be a successful author. Well, my dear fellow, our carriage appears to have arrived. Shall we go, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, Mr. Sholmes, let's. I've little doubt Mr. Natsume will be released in time for dinner. Dinner is where I'm thinking right now, actually. And so, with Soseki-san's innocence successfully established, we rode with Mr. Sholmes to what was to become our new home, 221B Baker Street. '20th of February, 4:41 p.m. in the attic. It was going to be our to be continued moment. Have I ever considered doing reviews of character mods for Spire? No, I have not. No, I have not. That sounds fun. Sounds painful, too. So this is to be our new office. Our office? I'd rather like the sound of that. Me too, it's simply wonderful. Hope you can see this, Kazuma. It's only a small step. But I'd like to think we're getting a little closer to your dream now. I mean, yeah, we got a window. We have 2 windows, even. So, my dear fellows, do you like the place? Oh. Your hair is new. It's a delightful room, Mr. Sholmes. Good, I'm pleased to hear it. Iris and I are delighted to welcome you. I hope everyone's hungry. It's nearly time for dinner. We'll eat as soon as Mr. Natsume arrives. We have a lot to celebrate. Iris, you must let me help you. All right then, Susie. You can be in charge of the salad. I'll be in charge of the smoke gun. Splendid. So, Mr. Naruhodo, how does it feel to have your own office in the capital? It's very exciting, actually. I can't help wondering what adventures await. Those were precisely my sentiments when I first established my office at these premises. Until I discovered the dark truth about the city of London, that is. Sorry? London is a glorious place full of wonder, opportunity, prosperity, and mirth. But the brightest of lights burns twice as quick. What do you mean? Well, I believe you're well aware of the murkiness that lies behind London's facade. So once again, Mr. Naruhodo, welcome to London. Of course, at the time, I had no idea what the hell he meant. But it wasn't long before my turn came to lift the facade and see the true depth of the murk that lay behind it. But that Twitch chat will have to wait for another time, because this case is at the end. GG. The Adventure of the Unspeakable Story is what is next. But, dear Twitch chat, yes, I think this will be the last episode. The Hound of the Baskervilles. A hound it was, but not such a hound as any mortal has ever seen. Its eyes glowed with a smoldering glare, the whole of its ox-sized body outlined in white-hot flames. When next we return to the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles, that's what we'll be starting. Probably maybe 4 more sessions of this game, based on what I'm seeing. So we still have a while to go. Probably another month or 2 of occasional streams of this. But we will be finishing it eventually. But for now, Twitch chat, we are finishing our stream and our week of streams. Won't be back until Tuesday, noon Eastern Standard Time. And we're going to play some more Slay the Spire. And probably some other stuff besides. Maybe more Peglin. Peglin's been fun. The Against the Storm DLC is coming out pretty soon, too. See you later, Argot's Blarg, Whatever I'm Me, Popkey, Paradox, Gimp Pack, Eye of Magi, It's Chilly Chilly, Steve with a B, and everybody else. Until next time, my friends, stay cozy and have a good one. Toodaloo.